speakers. For this session, we have three speakers. I'm going to introduce the speakers, and then all of them will give the presentations. And I hope everyone will hold your questions and answer, and write it in the text box or Q&A part, and I will relay the questions to the panelists. Okay, let me introduce you to the first speakers of our sessions. Yeah, she is Miss Now A Min. Yeah, from the Mekong Executive Council, ASEAN Indigenous People Pact. Miss Now Min is the director of the Promotional of Indigenous and Nature Together, or POINT. Yeah. POINT is a leading think tank on economic policy in Myanmar. She received the Women of Change Award from the US Embassy. POINT advocates for sustainable environments and economic policy for all, regardless of gender or ethnicity. She is also a member of Mekong Executive Council, Asia Indigenous Peoples Pact, or AIPP. AIPP is a regional organization committed to cause of promoting and defending the rights of indigenous peoples, and currently serve 46 members from 14 countries in Asia, with 18 indigenous people national alliance, and 30 locals and 30 and subnational organizations. With that, I will invite Ms. Now A Min to present.
Yes, thank you very much. Shall I do the screen share? Oh, thank you.
Miss Now, sorry,
yeah.
Before we start, this is to all our panelists of the sessions. There is request for everyone to speak slower, yeah, for them to understand better the presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, today I would like to highlight and discuss on the indigenous women, our role, and also our rights in relation to agrobiodiversity. Yeah, the first thing, next please. The first thing I would like to discuss is on the indigenous woman role. So first, to say indigenous people, we conserve about 80% of the world biodiversity, and also represent most of the world cultural diversity. That's why indigenous people, we play important role in the agrobiodiversity as well. And we have ancestral food system, which is based on century of accumulated wisdom. We have a lot of indigenous knowledge. They are important for food security and food sovereignty, as well as very much important for our culture identity, our spiritual well-being, and land stewardship. So women, so if we say indigenous people and their traditional knowledge is important for this agrobiodiversity, how about for women? For women, we are much more important, because we are the food producer, we are the knowledge holder in relation to these, all the plantation that we are doing, and we are the guardian and change maker as well. So we are, by doing all this role and by playing all these important role, we are the key alliance in the fight against hunger and malnutrition. We can contribute to sustainable livelihood as food producer, guardian of literacy, and custodian of traditional knowledge. However, our roles is still invisible. And as a result, our rights are also not recognized fully and also not protected well. Next, please. I just would like to highlight and give a case study. Although I'm not going to play the documentary film here, it is only a 4-minute film, and you can explore more with the link provided here. It is about the 9-level agriculture of Akha people from Thailand. Akha people, no? In Akha, for them, women are a symbol of diversity and fertility. Fertility here is meaning the propagation of farming methods that have yielded a variety of food. So throughout generation, Akha indigenous people cultivated different variety of food. And then it is the reason it is called 9-level agriculture. It is because the types of plants they grow, some are higher, some are lower, and the level of the height of different crops they grow is up to 9 level. And it includes rice, it includes vegetable crops, also perennial, seasonal, and fruit tree. All those different variety of crops they grow have 9 level in their understanding and in their practice. It is one of the indicator of the abundance and variety of seeds among Akha indigenous people. So nowadays there are so many threats in terms of their traditional practice of agricultural system. That's why the knowledge elder of this Akha community, they built a center for the study of agriculture in Chiang Rai, province of Thailand. And in there, people can learn about the agricultural demonstration plot and a kitchen for the collection and shortage of traditional seed variety. One interesting thing here is that people in this culture trying to evaluate women, how a woman is hardworking. I don't know nowadays how people will look at how many degrees we have or things like that. But for Akha woman, how much they are hardworking. They look when a visitor come to the home, they look at to the ceiling and then look at how many variety of seed they have. With the number of variety, we can evaluate that how hard a woman is. And a good practice and a good culture is also that women from different households, they also share their variety of seed to each other as well. They don't keep it for themselves only. So by sharing, they can multiply and they can grow more variety among themselves as well. And women of Akha, they are very proud to share their traditional knowledge to future generation, because people like us, we don't live long or we don't live throughout, no? But our knowledge can pass to future generation. Our knowledge will not perish, even though we human being perish. So this is the value that we have. Sorry, no? Sorry. So this is the reason we have, no? And next, please. So this just want to highlight that how valuable our indigenous people are. This is only one case from one culture, and you can see in ASEAN we have very diversity of culture from different indigenous groups that we can contribute to the promotion of agri-biodiversity in the region. Next, please. Just to show some variety and the beautiful woman of us. Next, please. And therefore, if our role is very much important, how about our rights of indigenous women? Our rights at the moment, because there is no not enough recognition of our role, there is also not enough right for us, especially our customary land right as collective land right. Women, we must be indigenous women, we must be recognized and supported as the guardian of food security, nutrition, health, and overall well-being. Our rights to make decisions over land and our uses of land must be strengthened under both customary and statutory system. This is the right we should have. And many indigenous women, for us, we know, no, what insecurity, if our land right is not insecure, what will it look like? And on the other hand, if our land right are recognized, then what can we contribute? The contribution and the impact will be very significant as well. We can improve our family diet, generate surpluses for the market, take advantage of wild biodiversity for medicinal and cultural practice. And also we can enjoy the land from our own worldview. So that's the reason that AIPP, we are promoting of indigenous land right, especially for indigenous women land right as a collective land right as well. Next, please. Just to show more photo. Next, please. What kind of engagement we want to have now? Securing land right for indigenous people. We want to highlight that we can also support sustainable development goal on poverty elimination and fighting hunger, as I already mentioned. Therefore, we want to engage in SDG goal. And also, there should have continuous empowerment and strengthening of indigenous women, because for indigenous women, I always try to mention that we have double barrier. We have a society as a whole. We also have sometimes a culture barrier in terms of land right as well. So we need a kind of networking to continue our voices are heard. Improve representation of food security and livelihood. We want to, this kind of space given to us is very much important. And also we want to have a representation at a different engagement and different initiative related to food security and livelihood in the region as well. And then at the moment, indigenous people collective land rights are highlighted under the CBD, Global Biodiversity Framework of post-2020 in the first draft of Target 21. It's mentioned about indigenous people land right now. And also FAO, they have a land right for indigenous people, and IPCC report also on land and climate change also highlight about the importance of customary land tenure. So the more nowadays we can see there are more and more recognition, and although there is no implementation yet, I mean there are more and more recognition of the importance of the land, customary land tenure for indigenous people in different mechanism, and we really hope that those kind of mechanism will come into an actual implementation, so that we can really take care of the environment and the culture we value for. And then AIPP, we are also engaging with regional food system initiative, especially ASEAN cooperation in the agriculture and food sector. And this morning section also we learned a lot, some of them as well. And we are also a member of the Global Hub on Indigenous Food System, where there are different multi-stakeholder engagement to highlight on indigenous food system and promote on it. These are the current engagement we have and the engagement we wish to continue, so that we can promote our rights as part of our role. Next, please. So how can you support, and how can people trying to support for indigenous women role and right in agrobiodiversity? Please support action to have more awareness raising on the importance of indigenous and traditional knowledge and system of customary sustainable use. And AIPP is also doing regional level indigenous knowledge documentation and platform on this. And you can explore more from our AIPP website as well. And the documentation of indigenous knowledge are also important, because in this morning section also talking about some of them can be lost, and also when doing so, we need to follow Nagoya Protocol, access and benefit sharing, and those documented knowledge should be respected in a way as well. And there should have technical and market support. This morning section has also talked about those non-timber forest products and linked to other initiatives as well. And when we do any activity, just giving an example, Either we do a kind of in-kind contribution, food or any other thing, like in our country, because I'm from Myanmar, no? It's very difficult. So sometimes people have to go to humanitarian need and support for food and other things. Even in those situations, we can do a kind of initiative that can contribute both at the same time, like we can contribute food and then food for environment, food for biodiversity conservation, food for watershed management. Community, they play their important role. And then you support a kind of other thing at the same time, encourage their role, like this kind of activity is very much needed. And they should have more action for agrobiodiversity conservation and food security. And these kind of things you can engage to indigenous community in the region, like our country, like in ANPP is also doing on that now. So there are the engagement and support we want to have for future to highlight our rights and role. Next, please. Thank you. This is just the screen view of the document briefly. I highlight about the Akha people, 9-level agriculture, and if you have time, you can give more 4 minutes to enjoy it later. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I need to unmute. Thank you very much, Ms. Min, for your interesting talk on your organization's work with the indigenous women, especially. Yeah. So next, you have to stay with us for the whole sessions. We finish all the 3 speakers before we have then going to have panel discussions. Yeah. So now let me introduce our second speakers. Yeah, okay, Miss Lee Shin Shin. Okay, we know each other already, but let me introduce you. Actually, Miss Lee Shin Shin is the national coordinator of GFSGP Malaysia. And as the national coordinator of GFSGP, she is responsible for managing country program implementations and for ensuring that grants and projects meet GEF and SGP criteria. In this regard, she is also the secretary to the National Steering Committee and acts as licensed with the local government, United Nations Development Programme, and all other key stakeholders at the local level. Over 85 grantees have benefited from the SGP, including a significant number of them representing indigenous communities of Malaysia, namely Jaringan Orang Asal Se-Malaysia or JOAS, Angkatan Zaman Mansang Sarawak, and Institute Pribumi Malaysia Sarawak. With that, I pass the screen to you, Shin Shin.
Yeah, thank you very much, Doctor, for your introductions. Yeah, I will share the screen. Yeah. Hi, good afternoon.
Shin, good afternoon.
Yes.
Just to remind you again to speak slower for the interpreter to translate.
Yeah, thank you for the reminder. I will also will be have to be careful because sometimes I tend to speak very fast. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I would like to share with you some of the projects that small grant programs in Malaysia that we supported and sharing their the finding from on the ground with you. Small grant program we have implemented in 127 countries all over the world, and Malaysia is just one of the country that we currently have actually supported 250 projects since year 2001. It's almost like 20 years ago. Yeah, and from our perspective, when we talk about agrobiodiversity, at the beginning, our approach is actually agroecology. How are we tackle the issues at the local level in terms of environmental degradations? And then that approach has actually evolved. Now we are really focused into how are we managing the landscape level in the proper way so that humans' priority in terms of like well-being is taken care of, and also the surrounding environment are taken care of as well. So from this concept of putting aside an area as a protected area, as community forest, and also where are the planting area and settlement area. So from this, and actually we go on the ground, then there's evidence that you can see. I will start with because in Malaysia we have three main regions like Peninsula Malaysia, Sabah, and Sarawak. I will bring you to the state of Sabah and highlight some of the project that we have and also their landscape, how it looks like. So for example, this is one of the village in Sabah. So the surrounding is exactly like the concept that I show you. They have actually sufficient area for protections as the no touch zone area. And then in the middle that is usually they have this settlement, which means the indigenous people house and where they have their activities. And the surrounding also they will put aside for productions. So for example, this one, and it is very obvious the women play a very important role in terms of keeping all this culture, and for example, in these photos that you can see, there are so many motifs. They are able to keep it from generations to the generations and using the natural resources from the forest. And there's also area that they are working on the production. For example, this one, Ratna especially asked me to share a bit more about this idea. This is a group from Pacos that they mentioned to us, the indigenous people sometimes apply this 3T concept. The T is actually Tanam, Tetia, and Tuai. So in the translation is Tanam, but we plant it, we leave it, we don't really need to do a lot of interventions, and then later on we come back to harvest it. So this concept is actually a really true nature farming. We provide the proper species, choose the correct conditions, and then let the nature do the farming for you. So in a way, it is a understand this traditional knowledge, understand how your surrounding conditions and how plants grow. So this is actually a very interesting concept from my observations, and they have proved to me that by sending me the photo, the pineapple productions after they leave it and do nothing, but then they come back to harvest after a year. So in terms of the we come across a lot about beside the productions, they sell it for exchange of cash. They are also important in the forest if well maintained to have the home garden that can supply the community with everyday needs like vegetable, spice, herbs, and grains, right? Besides that, women also playing an important role and providing even though a small amount of income to the family. Like for example, one of the village, they are very happy that even the husband are very happy if their wife can use some of their spare time to do a little bit of handicraft. That is also a generating some sort of income to the family, and they are happy to do that especially they carry on the traditions, the skills from generations to generation. Besides that, we also have like they have this stingless bee, and then there's where they can harvest the honey as well. So these are all the things that within the community there are many economic activity which actually not properly documented and recognized by a lot of the policymakers when they come to the decisions on what they want to do or plan or manage the land use. Another important aspect of it, many of the community, they are playing an important role in terms of water protections, how they keep intact the protections of the catchment area. Because many of these community, their bottles are depends fully on how well the protections area are taken care of. So some of our project is actually community organize themselves and then ensures this is actually an, again, I said, area agreement among all the community. It's a no-touch zone. If there's anything degraded, they will try to go back to plant it back and keep the water all the time clean for the use of the whole community. So this is also, in a way, contribute to our conservations. So now I will bring you to the next state, which is Sarawak. I will highlight two projects that we have supported and have good result from the community. This is the Long Semado, is an valley area, and you can clearly see there are this paddy field, and that's how the village looks like. A well organized village, and the way how they plant partially is still very conventional. They are using buffalo, and also many of the farm is without the chemical, even though some have actually influenced by the use of chemical. But one of these young entrepreneur organizations have actually trying to bring their products to a premium price and encourage them to keep a tradition and use non-chemical farming methods. And so in the family, normally they have husband and wife, or some of them have children, but also many of them have actually migrated out from the village and left. Mostly they were husband and wife manage the farm, and they have every year they have once paddy harvest. And beyond the production system or the landscape, they still keep quite a big amount of area biodiversity very intact, so they can also solve the issues of like pest issues. When we ask whether they have pest issues or not, then they say yeah, but not a very serious one, because I think lots of the like rats and birds who come after for the paddy, they also have some other source from the well intact forest for source, so it's not a very serious one that they cannot handle. And through these organizations, they manage to sell their product, the rice, or glutinous rice, in the good price, and in returns that actually also encourage the whole village to go towards non-chemical productions as well. And now I bring you to another village, how this community organize themselves through Friends of the Earth organizations, and come together to decide where are the area they wanted to reforest back due to the logging issues. And of course, land tenure is always the main issues they need to solve it out before they even do any planting. They have set up the nursery, and in terms of collect the seed and plant it back. And women is also playing an important role in terms of like got training from the organizations and how they can increase their homegrown vegetable. And towards the end, or the ultimate goal of the project, is actually to probably map out the area of the community, and actually in the negotiations how this can be as pushed as part of the co-management with the state government, and how we can work together to protect the community land rather than leave it open for logging or any conversions of the land for commercial purposes. So now I bring you to the Peninsula Malaysia, that is quite differently in different state or different region. This project is started with the economic well-being in mind. Before we talk about how we protect the landscape or the conservation, because the community are in a very poor conditions, and they really have not motivated and what they can do with their life, and most of the surrounding forest is actually already destroyed. So Yayasan Pembangunan Kajian Masyarakat by KPM has come together to work it out for several years with the community to produce vegetables and maize and products, and they managed to sell it to a chain supermarket, Jaya Grocer in Malaysia. And through this project, the community have gained the interest and also the confidence, and now they are improving in terms of their life. More and more people getting involved, and the next village near to them seen what happened to the village, and they also come together to work towards the farming, the sustainable way of farming. And on top of it, they even put in an effort to map the boundary of their area, and now they are in the state of negotiating with the state government for protections of their land area. So with all this example, I would also like to share some of my thoughts that I have through the observations. I think the way for us to form the community map into a policy, there are still quite some gaps that we need to fill. For example, that enhance information sharing and capacity building on agroecology and agroforestry. Like just now mentions about, there are more and more recognizations, but the real implementations on the ground to provide a proper capacity or training is still lacking. We need to work towards that. Secondly, promote the uniqueness of the agroecology and agroforestry among the policymaker and also the government agency. The most important next step is for their recognitions of the workability of this concept. The third one, develop the agrobiodiversity policy that incorporate community co-managements in the management of the natural resources. The fourth one is the establish market links for the agroforestry product, because without a proper market link and also the fair trade, community might be disappointed or discouraged from putting more efforts into these practices, because eventually they will also require or needs the returns from their economic activity. The fifth one is the secure of land. I think this is the most challenging part of most of the indigenous people, and include the women, in terms of the secure the tenure for them to continue their activity. And the following one is, this is happened in Malaysia. We really hope there will be a policy change from the chemical intensive incentive to agrobiodiversity, in terms of providing the technical support to the farmer in terms of the land techniques and plant stock. I think those are the things is currently missing. A lot of the government subsidies is still heavily on the chemical inputs. And the last one, we hope that develop a specific guideline, especially those are practical one that can help the community moving forward. Because they heard about the concept, they might require some techniques and combine with their traditional knowledge to make this one workable. I think in Malaysia, we are quite lucky. We also have PACOs. I think they are one of the very active organizations trying out, piloting, and promoting. In the picture, they explore the biogas, explore the different type of plants and sustainable way of planting. And in terms of international, I think we will also hope that we can learn from successful projects such as the Life in the Syntropic by Ernst Gotch. We hope those will be inspiring, and also the knowledge can be transferred to tropics to ASEAN country for us to be used, because I really believe this will be the way forward for us to go. Ernst Gotch actually have the farm in 1984, and then the transformation is actually astonishing. From the very degraded land, it became for almost a forest. So we hope those will be able to transfer for us to learn more and practice it more in Malaysia or in the ASEAN country. Yeah, with that, thank you, and yeah, welcome any questions. Thank you very much, Dr. Norida.
Okay, thank you very much, Shin. Yeah, that's a very good sharing. Yeah, of the success projects in examples as in Malaysia. So it's really overwhelmed to see the projects that my country that has been conducted and successful. So let's just go for the third presenter of the panelists for these sessions. is Miss Andy Sovanspati. I hope I got the name right, pronunciations right. She's from Pakalau Agrobiodiversity platform. Okay, Miss Andy managed the platform together with a strong team of like-minded individuals who aim to record and document the wealth of Laos agrobiodiversity. The team at Pakalau has developed various outreach materials to promote the value and variety of Lao native food and non-food agrobiodiversity in order to ensure that they don't lose them but continue to use them. She has keen interest in local products, local economic development, and has experience from being volunteer and intern for various projects, NGOs, and UN governments such as VFI and FAO. With that, I pass the screen to Miss Andy.
Thank you. Yeah. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah.
But it's not very clear.
Oh, okay. Is it good or still cannot hear well?
For me, it's okay. How about the other Miss Ratna? How about on your side?
And Andy, can you speak louder a bit? Louder.
Okay, okay, I will try. Yeah. Okay. Okay. May I speak in English? Yeah. Okay. Thank you everyone for joining the event today. Yeah, in the morning section, we have heard about the loss of biodiversity and the impact of the loss on food security and livelihood. In my presentation today, I would like to show why it is crucial to document agrobiodiversity and to wield this knowledge to a broad range of actors. Also, I would like to show how the Pakalau project address this need by collecting indigenous community particularly from women. Let me Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Andy Subantakti, the project assistant for Pakalau. Pakalau is an online sharing agrobiodiversity knowledge platform. It's currently now led by National Agriculture and Forestry Research Initiative with support from Center for Development and Environment, University of Bern, funding by the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation. And in the next slide, please. Okay. In the first part of my presentation, I will give a few background information on the importance of agrobiodiversity, and also I will highlight the link between biodiversity and cultural diversity, and explain why Laos is a particularly important country in this state. And in the second part, I will present one of the key science in the authorizing knowledge on agrobiodiversity to achieve sustainable food system. Finally, in the third part, I will show how Pakalau address this science and how we are planning to further development our activities. I will conclude by highlighting a few areas in which you would be very keen in collaborating with some of you in view of exchanging sustainable food system in the region. This information that I have shown on the slide have shown why agrobiodiversity is important. Today, 75% of the food supply is derived from 12 species of plants and 5 species of animals. Such a system is very vulnerable. Agricultural systems with a high diversity have more sustainability and contribute to healthier diet. Agrobiodiversity contributes significantly to livelihoods of both rural and urban people in the Laos area. This will represent Laos' great heritage, as most of the Lao food, folklore, and cultural traditions are closely linked to agrobiodiversity. And agrobiodiversity and cultural diversity are closely linked because agrobiodiversity is the result of natural and human selection process, and local knowledge and practice directly influence the composition of the species in the certain area. This important link is acknowledged by international organizations such as UNESCO or the FAO, as shown on the picture on the slide that everyone can see. Women have a crucial role play. They provide almost 80% of the total wild vegetable food current in 135 countries. Women often have the most specialized knowledge of various local and native species. Women in Laos play an important role in conserving biodiversity due to the influence they have on their students by teaching them about the importance of nature and conserving biodiversity. As you can
Sorry,
see
Miss
from
Sorry, Miss Andy. There's a you need to speak louder and clearer.
okay,
That's from the interpreter. Yeah.
okay. Please go back to the last slide. Okay. Yes, as you can see for the women loan from this morning section, that Dr. Tai talking about rural women on agrobiodiversity sector, including NTFP. Next, please. And this colorful map has shown about the Laos area, a real laboratory for agrobiodiversity with a 6.5 million inhabitants on 2020. And Lao government currently recognize 160 ethnic subgroups within 50 ethnic groups, one of the most ethnically diverse countries in mainland Southeast Asia. A wealth of untapped indigenous knowledge on agrobiology that could be used to design new agricultural production systems that promote sustainable food systems. In this, we have silence. Knowledge on agrobiology in Laos is often scattered, difficult to access, and not sufficiently contextualized. Therefore, it is difficult to use this knowledge effectively to save decision-making and trial skills, to foster agrobiodiversity, and to achieve sustainable food systems. In the next slide, I would like to show how the Takara project aims to address this challenge. But what is the Takara? Takara is the first of multi-year project called the Agrobiodiversity Initiative, or the we know on TABI. TABI focuses on the support community-led agrobiodiversity activities, create awareness on the importance of agrobiodiversity, community safety to build reliable livelihoods, participatory land use planning, and Hakolau built on the heritage of Tabi is available information on agrobiodiversity through a website, Facebook page, and Android app and other social media. It aims to raise the awareness of the growth habits for the importance of agrobiodiversity. It engages in research on agrobiodiversity. For example, we are currently working on the research on NTFT in peatland in Laos. Here you can see our platform, Kakara platform. We have four main components, such as that you can see on the left side is the knowledge base page. In this page, we provide more than 1,200 species information, and also on the story page, we have more than 400 topics about agrobiodiversity story, including Lao recipe and traditional knowledge. Also, we have new and publication components for sharing and updates about agrobiodiversity knowledge. While we are very proud of our achievements so far, we realize that implying available knowledge on agrobiodiversity is not sufficient. This is why we are reaching our outreach and engagement strategy. We need to find out if how awareness creation about agrobiodiversity can contribute to more sustainable food systems. We also need to find out how we can build a community of users and investors. This is the only way in which we can contribute to mainstreaming agrobiodiversity. We have already started working on a new theory of change that will help us to adapt our knowledge base. We are particularly interested in improving the access to information of men and women, particularly land users in the various communities. To do that, we need to find out if we can collaborate with the extension service and NGOs, but we also need to consider the private sector. We would like to conduct pilot projects with select private sector actors and to help them build up sustainable value chain. We are very excited about this plan, and we would be very happy to team up with interest partners. Particularly, we are keen on building awareness around the following objectives. From data to knowledge, we need to reflect on how to make sense of the data that we are available in the PCL database. How can we use to support transformation process? Accessibility for all. We need to strengthen our gender focus in the knowledge base by adapting content structures and the technology to access data. From the research to value chain, knowledge on single species is fine, but we need to move beyond this and think about sustainable value chain. For that purpose, we need to link producer and consumer. Research is the key. We need more knowledge on the conservation status, but on the conservation status of the particular resource, on the economic importance for local communities, men and women. And putting agrobiodiversity to the map, we need a better spectrum understanding of the distribution of agrobiodiversity and of its significance for the food security of various communities. And this is all for my message today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy. On the introduce us on the WhatsApp Pakala is doing now and in preserving the agrobiodiversity and the culture. I think now I will have to invite all the panelists in these sessions for me to share the questions from the audience. Okay, to the participants, if you have any questions for the to the panels, please write it in the question and answer box, or some of you also put in the chat box, so we can share these questions with the panelists. Okay, Andy, I think this is a question to you. Okay, it is very thank you, Andy. This is very interesting presentation. I am impressed by the size of your agrobiodiversity. Who is collecting all this information, and how you who is collecting all this information, and how are you organizing this work? Okay, I was also wondering if you have integrated knowledge from indigenous people in the database.
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, on the Pakara project, it is initiative from the party. Also, we organize work with, in the first, it's mainly from the upland, especially in the rural, and also particularly in booming. Yes, from the knowledge, especially the KB, we collect all data species from all the countries. This is linked to the biodiversity story that we produce from the species. Example to the vegetable, and also herb that it can produce to the medicine in for the medical useful from the plant. We can make a story from the indigenous women, how they use from the generation. We want to collect all the knowledge from the local to build and present us, and to make the research to improve from the local knowledge, and to make a complete information for everyone to use it. This is what we do from the indigenous knowledge.
Okay, so I'll try it because it's not very clear answer. I was so I just try. I'll try to. Okay, I'm not sure. Albrecht, Albrecht, is it Albrecht? You get the answer. The answer. So basically, you have your group is the one who collecting all this data from all the indigenous people, Andy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you do have the integrated knowledge people, indigenous people in your database.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So I just wondering, this is from me. I wonder if your database is will be keep expanding. You're going to keep improving it, like more data going to be collecting and input in the database.
Yes. Sorry, can you?
Are you going? Is there the current database? Is it how much that you're going to keep it like that? Are you going to still collect? Are you still collecting the data?
Yeah. We are currently collecting the data, and also in the future. Also, we need the participants from various organizations, from many organizations who can share the knowledge with us, so we can send out so we can collect in the platform and send out to everyone that can use it together in the platform. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Andy. There are also comments from Amin, where it seems like AIPP also has initiated the ICAP, is the indigenous knowledge of people and people of Asia. So that's can also go to the AIPP website to on the knowledge sharing on the indigenous people culture. Okay, let me see that. Okay. So, is there any more question? Okay, I have some. I have some questions. Actually, is related to the AIPP. Okay. AM is Amin. Okay. What opportunity are there to raise awareness of the importance of indigenous and traditional knowledge and system of customary sustainable use in regional policy and initiatives? If Ms. Amin, can I have to answer the questions?
Yes, as I already mentioned in my presentation, and if I elaborate a little bit more, we are currently working with some of the initiatives happening at the regional level, including ASEAN and other initiatives in order to raise the awareness. No? So the one thing I would like to highlight is the Global Hub of Indigenous Food System. And this platform is targeted to bring together indigenous and non-indigenous experts, scientists and researchers to establish a knowledge dialogue so that we can gather evidence-based contribution on indigenous people food system. And also this global hub will inform policy discussion and research agenda on food security, biodiversity and climate change at local, national and regional level so that we can ensure indigenous people knowledge and rights are at the center and our food system are valued and protected. So I can also share about this global hub as a link here no, in the chat box as well.
Yeah,
thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Thanks, Ms. Amin, okay, for the sharing. Okay. So I think the next question is to Ms. Shinshin. Okay. How can international agencies such as the UN promote indigenous best practice, knowledge and innovation in the region through regional organizations such as ASEAN Farmers Associations and others?
Yeah, I guess I'm still quite new in terms of like getting in touch with that. I think the one of the very starting for us is actually being involved in some of this webinar to share our knowledge, and we did that also with ASEAN Biodiversity Center as well. So through this very first introductions to all what we have learned from the ground, I think in the futures there will be more discussions on the focus group discussions. We hope to be in more. And but from our side, it's actually in the next operations phase, we are moving also looking at how from all these practical on the ground practices, how can we make the change at a regional level in the sense of the at the landscape level. So from the practice and then slowly moving on to the policy influence, those will be our next 4 years job. And also I hope there will be more coming out from our on the ground implementations and be able to share at the state level and national level. And of course, very happy to also share it out in the ASEAN country or in these regions. But for now, we are still quite new, being invited.
Okay.
So people only start to getting some of our projects. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, it's working on that. So I think this is back to the again on the best practice, Shin. I said the best practice need to be scaled up, but it seems does not get the attention it warrants from regional and national policymakers. Is it true, or what can be done to enhance that, to make them notice?
I think that there's the current situation is people see as a big investments or big lands conversions as the most profitable, but don't really care of a small that cumulative or the community that can make a difference. I think that have to change in the way that how we can convince by showing the case. I think some of our project has been slowly in the path of negotiations and also proof to the state government, because in Malaysia, I think land and all is back to the state. So the state will be the first level of convincing and showcasing. And some have gain some good feedback from the government side, which is willing to listen and also willing to change at the local level in terms of the land practices and also provide more access to the indigenous community for them to work on the agrobiodiversity practices. It will be take times, obviously, but we just need to continue to push it forward. That is a situation I can see in Malaysia.
Yeah, I know. I agree with you with that. It's take a long time. Yeah, but I think, yeah, I think it's you as you are involved in the policy discussions, I think this can help enhance for the policymaker to understand the grassroots problems. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I have few questions for Andy or Kalau. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so the agrobiodiversity platforms seems like has a vast repository of indigenous food and non-food diversity. So do you have a list of those that are under threat of being extinct? Andy?
Yes. Okay, can you repeat the question?
Okay,
Sorry.
same like in your platform, you have a very vast repository of indigenous food and non-food diversity. But in the list, do you have those that are under threat of being extinct?
According to the statistics from our website, since we active the website from 2016, yes, there are a lot of people and audience who visit our website, and now we have reached more than 400,000 people on our website, especially on the knowledge base. Yes, a lot of people interested in section for this company.
Okay, so I mean in your database basically is a knowledge base, all the agrobiodiversity of the indigenous foods, right? But is there any informations of those informations from the food that the plants that already extinct, that's no longer here, or something in the threat, the plants that in the threats category? Is it included in your repository?
You mean the agrobiodiversity story?
So okay, let me rephrase. Is in the agrobiodiversity platform, or the informations basically are those plants, agrobiodiversity informations of the currently available, the crop that's currently available. That's all.
Yes.
That okay. Thank you very much. And I have another one. How can the benefits and uses of all these indigenous species can be further promoted as national treasure to be protected? I think that can be answered by Pak Kalau and also AIPP. And maybe since we're with Andy, maybe Andy can answer first.
I sorry, I didn't hear well.
Okay. How can all this your information of the indigenous food, yeah, can be further promoted as national treasure or to be protected?
Yeah, so we need this information to be promoted, as well as also to support and keep protect for the local knowledge, especially from the indigenous community. Also, it will be good if we can promote it to national to get to know about our database.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, maybe can get some information from AIPP, because you also working on the indigenous food.
Yeah, I just would like to highlight on the Nagoya Protocol, the part of access and benefit sharing, that our indigenous knowledge, they can be documented, but when there is a use of this traditional knowledge for any commercial purpose or any purpose on research, they should have a consultation, especially FPIC, because indigenous knowledge is also one, something that have to kept confidential, and also they need to have a agreement of indigenous people to share their knowledge and to make use for in the wider society as well. So for sure, it is very much important to document on our indigenous knowledge. We are also happy to collaborate and already started initiating those. And at the same time, we have to pay attention to the confidentiality of using them for different purposes as well. And I think this kind of thing is well recognized under CPD. At the same time now, discussing under climate change negotiation at the local community and indigenous people knowledge platform. So thank you.
Okay, so maybe related to this, you can let to know if the rural women also engage to advance community level ownerships of their knowledge. Hello, I mean, okay, related to that, I mean, the knowledge of the indigenous women, yeah, these women also going, being engaged in to advance their community level ownership.
Yes, yes, yeah.
Yeah, also engaged. Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. Okay, how about in Pakalau, Andy? In Laos, are the rural women in Laos also be engaged in advance of the community level ownerships? Is Andy still with us?
Yes. Okay. I didn't hear that well. It's because maybe the problem from my computer, from my laptop. Yeah. Can you repeat again for the?
Yeah, I just want we want to know in what way, yeah, indigenous or people, women in Laos, be engaged to advance the community level ownership. So you get you get all the database, the knowledge of the indigenous food and the agrobiodiversity from the rural woman, right? So how does what way does this their engagement in advance in ownership of their knowledge? Just sharing, or do they have like quite protected of the knowledge?
Yes, maybe I might need some understand, so can give some translate from now. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think I can't hear much, but I think you said you're going to get back the answer.
Yes. Okay, I will get back the answer.
Okay. Thank you. So actually, from Albert for Pakalau, it's a very great discussion, and would like to keep in touch on what on the potential of research network with Pakalau. And then, okay, that's from Andy. Okay, I have a question. So for AIPP, Aimin, how will you like ASEAN or any regional bodies to engage indigenous women on agrobiodiversity mainstreaming? Where should they start documenting the local indigenous knowledge?
Maybe I will shortly start discussing. First is like to try to recognize the role. And second step, after recognizing the role, there should have a formal way of recognition, means in law and policy or in actual strategy or in actual implementation. Sometimes we can discuss about a lot of things, but when there is no implementation, then we didn't achieve anything. So first is recognizing and recognizing in a way is stronger, and then implementation as it is recognized. And in terms of implementation, for us, we are ready to collaborate. At the same time, empowering and strengthening and networking, like those are important, and documentation is also important, and also capacity building as needed to have more representation of indigenous women to raise their voices at different level as well, in terms of the importance of their knowledge and engagement of those knowledge in a sustainable way to different sector. No? Like those are the most important thing for us that we want to achieve. No? Actual implementation is important. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Amin. So I think I would like to ask this question also to Ms. Lee Shinshin. With quite a lot of projects under the SGP in Malaysia also. But is there any documentations of our indigenous agrobiodiversity that's been conducted?
Yeah, actually, each project they will have a report, actually several report and the final report, and some of it had come up with publications, and those are the one that the well documented and published, and some without. For example, just now I showed the one that in Miri by the Friends of the Earth. They do have a publications on capturing those practices on the agrobiodiversity, and the other less published one will be captured in our final report in terms of their success, and also we actually capture the lesson learned and also the challenges they face. Not all run smoothly. So for just now, the conclusions are some of the challenges they face, and also we also capture those. That's why I mean, as part of the secretary, we also sometimes play a role to trying to find the other solutions or other support, technical support for our grantees or for all the NGO, and hopefully there will be a solutions helping them along the way.
Okay, right. Thank you very much, Shinshin. I think we are already have posted, discussed all the questions that posted. And I just want to recap for these sessions. We saw how important the women roles in the agrobiodiversity and to provide the food and preserve the culture. That's actually in any community, I see always women is the main role. Yeah, a mother, child. We pass on the culture to our next generation, and therefore it is very important. And I'm really impressed to see all of these documentations have been done to preserve all this culture. And we never know all this, whatever. This is very valuable information that have to keep for the generations, like for the future generation to use. With that, I think I thank all the panelists for today, and I'll pass this session to Ratna.
Thank you, Dr. Norida, and thank you to the wonderful panelists, Miss Min, Miss Lee Shinshin, and Miss Andy. You can still fill the question, and we will try to send it directly to the panelists if you still have anything, and let's see if they respond to you, right, Miss Min, Miss Lee, everyone? Yes, thank you. So
Thank you.
all right. So I'm asking if our team in NAFRI, does anyone have any question? Tongmang vegetable group, any specific question to any of the panelists? Maybe you're a bit shy. Okay. All right. So we are about 12 minutes ahead of time. Why don't we take a break before we go to the workshop session at 2:45 Bangkok time. There's a half-hour break. What we will do is during the break, we will convert this platform to a meeting platform, so we can engage in a discussion with the members of the representative of rural and indigenous women. We would like to hear from them, specific discussion, specific inputs that we will carry forward in the form of a white paper that we hope to share with all of you. So we can identify entry points which can help you advance mainstreaming of agrobiodiversity in gender equality and social inclusion initiatives in your respective areas of work. Does that sound fair to you? Yes, good. So we will come back in half an hour's time. Okay, thank you. So Mr. Manolak, maybe a discussion which we would like to hear from our representative of TVG, no? So prepare some questions or discussion points that you would like us to respond to or share with us. We really want to know what are your thoughts. Also from the selected members of AIPP, from Vietnam, from Cambodia, and Thailand. Thank you. We'll see you at 2:45.
Ensuring functionality and resiliency of food system is the key to sustainable development in the ASEAN region and worldwide. Maintaining agrobiodiversity will help balancing ecosystems and its services to all forms of lives and food production. Recognizing the importance of gender equalities and empowering women as part of broader social inclusive development in agriculture and biodiversity are underlying success factors.
Women in indigenous and rural communities are the keepers of seeds and knowledge and practices which contribute to the agrobiodiversity at community level, yet their role often lacks recognition. Women, especially those in rural and indigenous communities, need a safe and responsive space to voice out their challenges and concerns in relation to food security and sustainable food systems.
Against this background, Mekong Institute sees this opportunity to partner with the Stockholm Environment Institute, the New Zealand Aid Program, and the Lao PDR Agrobiodiversity Platform in organizing a two-day forum on harnessing the benefit of agrobiodiversity to build sustainable and inclusive food systems.
This forum will serve as a platform for women to gather together, to share knowledge and experiences, and magnify their voices, to ensure that safe and responsive spaces exist for them, to influence national and regional strategies on sustainable food systems.
An impressive pool of experts. Ensuring functionality and resiliency of food system is the key to sustainable development in the ASEAN region and worldwide. Maintaining agrobiodiversity will help balancing ecosystems and its services to all forms of lives and food production. Recognizing the importance of gender equalities and empowering women as part of broader social inclusive development in agriculture and biodiversity are underlying success factors.
Women in indigenous and rural communities are the keepers of seeds and knowledge and practices which contribute to the agrobiodiversity at community level, yet their role often lacks recognition. Women, especially those in rural and indigenous communities, need a safe and responsive space to voice out their challenges and concerns in relation to food security and sustainable food systems.
Against this background, Mekong Institute sees this opportunity to partner with the Stockholm Environment Institute, the New Zealand Aid Program, and the Lao PDR Agrobiodiversity Platform in organizing a two-day forum on harnessing the benefit of agrobiodiversity to build sustainable and inclusive food systems.
This forum will serve as a platform for women to gather together, to share knowledge and experiences, and magnify their voices, to ensure that safe and responsive spaces exist for them, to influence national and regional strategies on sustainable food systems.
An impressive pool of experts on indigenous and rural women and agrobiodiversity in the ASEAN region will join the forum.
We look forward to receiving useful and responsive inputs from regional and national women representatives.
We are calling representatives of rural and indigenous women and communities, young women and youth to join us in this initiative.
Together, let us harness the benefits of agrobiodiversity to build sustainable and inclusive food systems.
Let's put our hands together to ensure that we leave no one behind.
SEI Asia, with support from the Swedish government, launched the Strategic Collaborative Fund or SCF program in 2018 to enhance the current 2030 agenda efforts in Asia and the Pacific. Our goal is to create long-term partnerships to enhance policy impact and institutional capacity building in Asia, under the framework of regional integration and the Sustainable Development Goals. We also support the research policy dialogue to build more effective regional policies that contribute to the SDGs. SCF provides opportunities for multi-stakeholder engagement platforms to enhance regional collaboration across Asia, inter-regional policy development and institutional capacity with multi-stakeholders. In all the initiatives that we do or support, we make sure that evidence-based human rights and gender equality approaches are at the center. We conduct direct coaching sessions with our partners, and we also created online courses on human rights and gender. SCF focuses its outreach in Asia and beyond. We have a partnership with the Asia-Europe Foundation, where we host sessions under the Environment Forum to share knowledge and build capacity for policymakers, businesses and civil society from Asia and Europe on issues related to sustainable development and climate change. We also support the China-ASEAN Environment Cooperation Forum, which is a platform for China and ASEAN to discuss environmental cooperation and policies for sustainable development. In the Asian region, SCF gives yearly grants to organizations to host strategic regional events that highlight key issues that are linked to the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. The goal is to enhance regional collaboration and partnership to lead efforts toward policy development and regional sustainability. Through this program, we want to be able to influence public policy and push for a more sustainable and inclusive development in Asia.
Ensuring functionality and resiliency of food system is the key to sustainable development in the ASEAN region and worldwide. Maintaining agrobiodiversity will help balancing ecosystems and its services to all forms of lives and food production. Recognizing the importance of gender equalities and empowering women as part of broader social inclusive development in agriculture and biodiversity are underlying success factors.
Women in indigenous and rural communities are the keepers of seeds and knowledge and practices which contribute to the agrobiodiversity at community level, yet their role often lacks recognition. Women, especially those in rural and indigenous communities, need a safe and responsive space to voice out their challenges and concerns in relation to food security and sustainable food systems.
Against this background, Mekong Institute sees this opportunity to partner with the Stockholm Environment Institute, the New Zealand Aid Program, and the Lao PDR Agrobiodiversity Platform in organizing a two-day forum on harnessing the benefit of agrobiodiversity to build sustainable and inclusive food systems.
This forum will serve as a platform for women to gather together, to share knowledge and experiences, and magnify their voices, to ensure that safe and responsive spaces exist for them, to influence national and regional strategies on sustainable food systems.
An impressive pool of experts on indigenous and rural women and agrobiodiversity in the ASEAN region will join the forum.
We look forward to receiving useful and responsive inputs from regional and national women representatives.
We are calling representatives of rural and indigenous women and communities, young women and youth to join us in this initiative.
Together, let us harness the benefits of agrobiodiversity to build sustainable and inclusive food systems.
Let's put our hands together to ensure that we leave no one behind.
SEI Asia, with support from the Swedish government, launched the Strategic Collaborative Fund or SCF program in 2018 to enhance the current 2030 agenda efforts in Asia and the Pacific. Our goal is to create long-term partnerships to enhance policy impact and institutional capacity building in Asia under the framework of regional integration and the Sustainable Development Goals. We also support the research policy dialogue to build more effective regional policies that contribute to the SDGs. SCF provides opportunities for multi-stakeholder engagement platforms to enhance regional collaboration across Asia, inter-regional policy development and institutional capacity with multi-stakeholders. In all the initiatives that we do or support, we make sure that evidence-based human rights and gender equality approaches are at the center. We conduct direct coaching sessions with our partners, and we also created online courses on human rights and gender. SCF focuses its outreach in Asia and beyond. We have a partnership with the Aichi Europe Foundation, where we host sessions under the Environment Forum to share knowledge and build capacity for policymakers, businesses and civil society from Asia and Europe on issues related to sustainable development and climate change. We also support the China-ASEAN Environment Cooperation Forum, which is a platform for China and ASEAN to discuss environmental cooperation and policies for sustainable development. In the Asian region, SCF gives yearly grants to organizations to host strategic regional events that highlight key issues that are linked to the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. The goal is to enhance regional collaboration and partnership to lead efforts toward policy development and regional sustainability. Through this program, we want to be able to influence public policy and push for a more sustainable and inclusive development in Asia.
Ensuring functionality and resiliency of food system is the key to sustainable development in the ASEAN region and worldwide. Maintaining agrobiodiversity will help balancing ecosystems and its services to all forms of lives and food production. Recognizing the importance of gender equalities and empowering women as part of broader social inclusive development in agriculture and biodiversity are underlying success factors.
Women in indigenous and rural communities are the keepers of seeds and knowledge, and practices which contribute to the agrobiodiversity in relation to food security and sustainable food systems.
Against this background, Mekong Institute sees this opportunity to partner with the Stockholm Environment Institute, the New Zealand Aid Program, and the Lao PDR Agrobiodiversity Platform in organizing a two-day forum on harnessing the benefit of agrobiodiversity to build sustainable and inclusive food systems.
This forum will serve as a platform for women to gather together, to share knowledge and experiences, and magnify their voices, to ensure that safe and responsive spaces exist for them, to influence national and regional strategies on sustainable food systems.
An impressive pool of experts on indigenous and rural women and agrobiodiversity in the ASEAN region will join the forum.
We look forward to receiving useful and responsive inputs from regional and national women representatives.
We are calling representatives of rural and indigenous women and communities, young women and youth to join us in this initiative.
Together, let us harness the benefits of agrobiodiversity to build sustainable and inclusive food systems.
Let's put our hands together to ensure that we leave no one behind.
SEI Asia, with support from the Swedish government, launched the Strategic Collaborative Fund or SCF program in 2018 to enhance the current 2030 agenda efforts in Asia and the Pacific. Our goal is to create long-term partnerships to enhance policy impact and institutional capacity building in Asia under the framework of regional integration and the Sustainable Development Goals. We also support the research policy dialogue to build more effective regional policies that contribute to the SDGs. SCF provides opportunities for multi-stakeholder engagement platforms to enhance regional collaboration across Asia, inter-regional policy development and institutional capacity with multi-stakeholders. In all the initiatives that we do or support, we make sure that evidence-based human rights and gender equality approaches are at the center. We conduct direct coaching sessions with our partners, and we also created online courses on human rights and gender. SCF focuses its outreach in Asia and beyond. We have a partnership with the Aichi Europe Foundation, where we host sessions under the Environment Forum to share knowledge and build capacity for policymakers, businesses and civil society from Asia and Europe on issues related to sustainable development and climate change. We also support the China-ASEAN Environment Cooperation Forum, which is a platform for China and ASEAN to discuss environmental cooperation and policies for sustainable development. In the Asian region, SCF gives yearly grants to organizations to host strategic regional events that highlight key issues that are linked to the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. The goal is to enhance regional collaboration and partnership to lead efforts toward policy development and regional sustainability. Through this program, we want to be able to influence public policy and push for a more sustainable and inclusive development in Asia.
Ensuring functionality and resiliency of food system is the key to sustainable development in the ASEAN region and worldwide. Maintaining agrobiodiversity will help balancing ecosystems and its services to all forms of lives and food production. Recognizing the importance of gender equalities and empowering women as part of broader social inclusive development in agriculture and biodiversity are underlying success factors.
Women in indigenous and rural communities are the keepers of seeds and knowledge and practices which contribute to the agrobiodiversity at community level, yet their role often lacks recognition. Women, especially those in rural and indigenous communities, need a safe and responsive space to voice out their challenges and concerns in relation to food security and sustainable food systems.
Against this background, Mekong Institute sees this opportunity to partner with the Stockholm Environment Institute, the New Zealand Aid Program, and the Lao PDR Agrobiodiversity Platform in organizing a two-day forum on harnessing the benefit of agrobiodiversity to build sustainable and inclusive food systems.
This forum will serve as a platform for women to gather together, to share knowledge and experiences, and magnify their voices, to ensure that safe and responsive spaces exist for them, to influence national and regional strategies on sustainable food systems.
An impressive pool of experts on indigenous and rural women and agrobiodiversity in the ASEAN region will join the forum.
We look forward to receiving useful and responsive inputs from regional and national women representatives.
We are calling representatives of rural and indigenous women and communities, young women and youth to join us in this initiative.
Together, let us harness the benefits of agrobiodiversity to build sustainable and inclusive food systems.
Let's put our hands together to ensure that we leave no one behind.
SEI Asia, with support from the Swedish government, launched the Strategic Collaborative Fund or SCF program in 2018 to enhance the current 2030 agenda efforts in Asia and the Pacific. Our goal is to create long-term partnerships to enhance policy impact and institutional capacity building in Asia under the framework of regional integration and the Sustainable Development Goals. We also support the research policy dialogue to build more effective regional policies that contribute to the SDGs. SCF provides opportunities for multi-stakeholder engagement platforms to enhance regional collaboration across Asia, inter-regional policy development and institutional capacity with multi-stakeholders. In all the initiatives that we do or support, we make sure that evidence-based human rights and gender equality approaches are at the center. We conduct direct coaching sessions with our partners, and we also created online courses on human rights and gender. SCF focuses its outreach in Asia and beyond. We have a partnership with the Aichi Europe Foundation, where we host sessions under the Environment Forum to share knowledge and build capacity for policymakers, businesses and civil society from Asia and Europe on issues related to sustainable development and climate change. We also support the China-ASEAN Environment Cooperation Forum, which is a platform for China and ASEAN to discuss environmental cooperation and policies for sustainable development.
Now the animals started to come back. Now we have more animals. Right now we have conserved and have improved our environment. So we also had the protection of protection of the rain and the storm, because before we had a lot of storms and wrecked our houses. So we had learned from our experiences. So we improved our setting and also improve our way of protection, the storm and other natural destruction. So this is another change that we did. Also, we have learned about conservation on biodiversity. We learn from different organizations. So we have improved our communities. And our communities are now having a good life that we blend into nature. And also we are conserving our traditions that we have had for centuries. And something that we are missing right now is the roles of women. There is a group of women that are lack of knowledge. And these women, we would like to present to different organizations to help us and also give us consultation on how to improve our conservation and have more knowledge about biodiversity, even more, so that we can have more security about food, because we need more information to give us women and children a better life.
From representative. Anyone from Ms. Len, Mr. Huang, do you like to also provide any inputs on this question? Ms. Len? Okay. Let me check the chat box.
พวกเขาอยากเพิ่มเนาะแต่ก่อนนี่แม่หญิงของพวกเขานี่อยู่ในความลำบากหลาย
had a lot of difficulties, and right now at the present time we women, we have leadership in our community, and we have supported each other. Our groups have supported each other, and this has improved our lifestyle. And now we have more leadership led by women. So right now, many women from our communities are part of the making policies in terms of rights and also protection of women. Leadership, what do you mean by leadership? Women leadership, at the present time, we are participating in the village fund, for example, and also different organization establishment for the villages and for the districts. And also our women are representatives of the farmers that are in our network in Laos. And besides, we are also leaders of our cooperative in Thong Mang. We are leaders of our cooperatives, and many women in our group are leaders in the cooperatives right now.
Okay, thank you for that comments and inputs from Nafri. I would like to invite the representative from the Indigenous Women's Group or Indigenous Group, Miss Len, Miss Nonmin Huang. Do you have any input? Okay.
Can I again?
Miss Eleanor?
Yeah.
Ah, yes, please.
Sorry. Right. There's a lot of opportunities really to improve the recognition of women's roles in food systems and agrobiodiversity. I know there's already initiatives on this, but the more the better, as we say, no, and the more empowering for women in the end. So in the food systems, maybe some practical recommendations here would be for the state to really support and put importance on the small scale initiative of women on these areas of work. No, women, as we say, are invisibilized, not because they want it or not because they are not doing anything, but because they are not being seen or heard, despite their voices being loud enough to be heard. No, so it may be good. It will be more effective if the state would really support the small initiatives of women, from gardens to small farms, no, and ensure that ensure the promotion rather of organic agriculture rather than the agriculture that are commercial in nature and are using inorganic inputs. Again, I'll go back to the significance of land ownership by women, and for indigenous peoples, the collective ownership of land. I would like again to emphasize that this is crucial in food systems and agrobiodiversity conservation or propagation, and the threats like extractive industries has to be considered in national or state planning, no? Like if it's not possible to totally ban, to ensure food security for the nation, maybe a strict regulation of these kinds of industries would be complementary to ensuring food security at the national level. No, there's also been discussions on crop insurance. This is in the light of the impacts of climate change. So I don't know if this is something that can be considered further, crop insurance for farmers. And of course the documentation by other stakeholders aside from the state of women's key roles there towards really promoting their contributions to sustainable development. And if it sometimes in the light of the voluntary work or the care work of women, we're not sure about experiences from Asia, but maybe there can be consideration for looking at benefits for women in relation to their contributions to agrobiodiversity. In the climate change discussion, I think this comes in the concept of what do you call this? Benefit sharing. But of course, this benefit sharing is a very broad concept, and it has to be contextualized in the local situations, no, and the ground situation of the agrobiodiversity and people's contributions, specifically for women, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eleanor. Actually, there is a question follow-up to this, but I think I will also post this at the, here. During the panel discussion, and this issue about land tenure of, or ownership of customary lands and all that, it keeps coming up. Perhaps I don't know, is Miss Eleanor or others in the panel for this the panelists for this discussion, could you please probably give examples, like specific examples, like what is the issue with this land tenure or land ownership or land rights among women in rural or in indigenous groups? Anyone wants to take this? Nafri, any issues with anything you want to share with regards to land tenure or land ownership among women in terms of gender equality and social inclusion? Okay, all right.
Oh,
Can
I come back?
Yeah, I think we'll come back to that question.
Okay. So I would like to make a comment about land ownership by the indigenous people. In the Lao PDR, there is a problem because the government it is very hard to work with the government because we live in the rural area. We only have the right to use the land for life sustainment right now. But in the future, we do not have any idea how the government is going to implement this law, or so we can just keep using the land like farmers that live in the rural area of the beaten track. They can do it just for farming. They can use the land in the Lao PDR. But right now we can use with no problem. But we can own it per se, but we can use it right now. We have no problem. But in the future, we do not know what the government is going to do. This is our comment. Right now, the indigenous people are free to use the land.
Yes. Okay, that's helpful.
Can I add?
Yes, Miss Eleanor.
Yeah, right. It's thank you for Nafri. It's the same situation almost at the global level, no? Indigenous peoples have been living and using and sustaining their lands, but states never recognized it as belonging to them. So once you don't have a title or a sense of ownership, there can be a tendency of not sustaining the land. The indigenous people's concept of the land is that they are stewards. They just take care of it, they use it, but they have to ensure that the same the same benefits that they get from the land will also be will not only be the same but improved for more for the future generation. So that's their sense of land and sustaining it for the future. No, and once you don't have the land, there is a tendency to do away with that perspective, the stewardship perspective. There is as well the threats coming from outside, like you don't have a title to the land, so it's a public land, and then the state or anybody can claim it for themselves. So that is what is happening in most indigenous people's lands. Not titled, not recognized. States or corporations come, they bring in the mines, they bring in other projects, agro-industrial plantations, destroying the land and therefore destroying or impacting in the end our topic for today, which is agrobiodiversity and is a threat to food security. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eleanor. I would like to ask, probably this is a specific question. Now, is there an issue, even in customary land or even at the the mainstream level? Is there a difference between what women can own, even among the indigenous group, between men and women? Is there a difference, or is there consideration for women to also have equal ownership of land or rights?
Oh,
yeah,
it's a complex thing to answer, considering the diversity of indigenous peoples. No, there are communities where land, how do you say it, land is entitled only to men. No, there are so that in saying is an admission that among indigenous peoples there is also an issue of patriarchy in relation to patriarchy in general, so that translates to women's control and ownership of lands. So admittedly, yes, we are looking into that. Some communities are strongly monitoring those issues, and some of our networks have been working on equal opportunities to land and resources for between men and women. And I can say that there's some progress, but that's another story. But yeah, but that's so in the mainstream titling of lands, like what we have under CEDAW, the individual right of women to own land, we are promoting this as well, no, in the context of collective ownership of the land. So while there may be communities where women do not own titles to the land, the collective ownership would, at least for communities whose governance are strong, the collective ownership of the land would ensure that women have something to build their livelihoods on, a land for their food, a land for their homestead and things like that. So the collective right provides for what is lacking at the individual level. But of course, we are also still in the trying to sort this out with the different communities in context. No, how can the individual rights of women really be respected in the collective? But in general, I think the sense of security comes from the collective, and as and if there are transgressions in individual rights of women, there are mechanisms to respond to this at the community level. But it's in most cases, access to the outside, to the mainstream mechanisms is also being used by indigenous peoples, especially in relation, especially if the gender issues are coming so hard and complicated that the local systems cannot handle. That of course includes land, no? There are some cases already reviewed by the CEDAW committee in relation to indigenous land ownership, and these are cases to be, these are how do you call that in legal language? The lessons to learn from.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Eleanor. I see some discussion with at NAFRI. Any interventions, any inputs from that side? We need to change the language.
ก็ยังคงมั่งเจ้านำเสนอในหนึ่งเนาะคอมเมนต์ในห
We
นึ่ง
would like to give a little input about the land ownership and land use by women. Our community, women have the right to use the land, and the land that are used collectively, we share it for use long term, and we also pay taxes to the government. When we use a certain amount of land, and we would pay taxes to the government.
ให้นำไส้เส้น
Have
ลูก
the
เส้นหลั
right
ก
to sell or buy, but we can hand it on to our heirs and younger generations. This has been done in our community. So the people that are using the land, they have been conserving the land, and also in terms of the land ownership, when women are bequeathed the land by their parents, or maybe they buy the property as community, right? They actually put the name of the women as the owner of the title, not the husband. We have been doing that, so the women are actually the tenure or the owner of the title.
That's interesting to know. Best
Um,
practice. Thank you for that information. So okay. So I think I was actually before the input from NAFRI, I was thinking how we can connect land ownership or tenure with agrobiodiversity or sustainable practices and management of natural resources. But I think the response from NAFRI side actually linked it by having the security, or to know that you actually have some ownership of the land will further encourage you or motivate you to conserve it for future generations. So I think that is one key takeaway from how we can link how we can link land ownership with agrobiodiversity for women and for social inclusion. So that I will ask you, it's actually a follow-up question, but I think we focus because the issue about land tenure and ownership kept coming up during the panel discussion. So I had to we had to clarify that, and probably also come up with best practices and suggestions going forward after the forum. But probably it's also good to know if what are the current GESI or gender equality and social inclusion measures that are being undertaken in your country, and if any, how agrobiodiversity or any form of conservation measures to safeguard food security put in place. But I think based on the feedback from Nafri and also from our previous panelists, and also Ms. Eleanor also mentioned that recognition and of small scale initiative, giving voice, respect for their effort, and represent their interests at a policy level is one form of JESI for food security and livelihood improvements. I would come back to this question if down the line, if you have any interventions or any inputs that you want to give. What I would like to ask is, are there any additional measures which can be taken to mainstream agrobiodiversity or mainstream agrobiodiversity for food security, especially targeting women, for women in rural or indigenous groups? There was a sharing from, I think, Miss Femi, right, about financing, training and knowledge and capacity building. That was one suggestion. But are there anything else that you would like to, that they might have missed, or that you think that is really, really important? Of course, land tenure, that one keeps coming up. But is there anything else that you would like us to consider in our suggestion for coming out from this forum that the panelists might have missed, or the panelists for tomorrow or can consider as questions? During the discussions we had with some of our panelists in preparation for the event is there are activities already in place, initiatives already in place on sustainable agriculture, agroecology. They come in many forms, many names, but what they realize is that they do not know they actually have addressed agrobiodiversity in that process. Probably agrobiodiversity is being is a formal term, but the awareness that they're already putting it in place is probably not lacking, and therefore not given due recognition, because what you don't know cannot be measured, right? So is that a fair statement? Do you agree that, Nafri? No, okay. So quiet. So we've already answered that, this question. Yes. Okay, we have not heard from
สำหรับการอนุรักษ์ชีวนานาพันธุ์เนาะแล้วก็การเป็นเจ้าของที่ดินนี่ก็สิว่าแล้ว
and also land ownership. Our institute has an initiative on the conservation and on the use of plant of biodiversity in our community. And we have established in 10 districts for our farmers. And also our institute is the leader. And we work hand in hand with the Switzerland and Belgium and different governments that have supported us in budget, and we use that budget to help the farmers, and we have established schools in certain cities and in certain provinces that we have selected, and we have trained 1 or 2 people in each group and on biodiversity, and give them information and knowledge about how to conserve the biodiversity. And also we also teach them how to improve the biodiversity and to conserve it. And we also demonstrate them how to work on this. We have brought the information from the research center, and we give them seeds and also different types of species of corn, of rice, of nuts, and different types of species that they need. And they grow in their farms. They can choose what seeds that they would like to grow. And they can improve that, and they can plant that, they can expand it. We teach them how to plant, on to harvest, on to about how to conserve the plant. And also they already have their own tradition knowledge, so they can combine their tradition knowledge and the new information that we give to them through different organizations. And right now, the group of our farmers, and we can see that they are able to conserve their biodiversity. And right now, they are developing new species, and they are participating in selecting the species that they would like to grow. Not just rice, they have their own idea now to grow different plants, and now they have their own idea how to mix or make it hybrid. Now they have their own way to do this, and they have a lot of interest, and they are eager to conserve and also develop the use of this knowledge. But from centuries, decades ago, they have been doing that in terms of choosing species or seeds or plants. They already have that knowledge, they can choose they already knew how to choose the best seeds or the best plants to grow. They already have this traditional knowledge. And they will choose the best species that are the most delicious, that are tastiest. So these farmers, thousands of farmers in more than 10 provinces, more than 20 cities, they are now conserving and putting in use, and now they would continue the implementation of this program. And this is what we would like to share. Right now, the land ownership, every family now, in average, they have 0.5 to 1 hectare. This is for rice farming and also for gardening. Many of the families, they have enough land to grow other vegetables. Right now, the Lao government is giving more interest in the development of women, and now they don't want the women to work too hard anymore. And we are now given knowledge on how to use like machinery, and we have equality because we have division of labor for men and women. And in Laos, we have this center to help with women labor. We have women's federations that are led by women. So this is a system that we have in place all over Laos. So this is what I would like to share to all of you. Thank you.
Very good intervention. Thank you, from NAFRI. Anyone else from the group would like to add any such best practices? I think there is potential to document this and make it widely available as the best practices that was just mentioned by our representative based in NAFRI. This is actually should be shared widely so that everyone can benefit from such best practices in terms of policies and also which contributes to gender equality and social inclusion for food security and improvement of livelihood. Yep. Probably there is a different narrative or different experience, best practices from our indigenous women side. Something that is already working well or need to be improved. Do you think that given that that knowledge already exists in the sphere of indigenous women, what needs to happen to provide the recognition that they deserve in terms of that knowledge, because these are not found in formal records? So how do we address this? Because they're usually handed down the generations, and then if they don't go into traditional practices, then the knowledge is lost. No. Okay. All right. So if there are no hello. Yes. Lost audio. Okay. So I will stop.
ประกอบต้องคิดคอมเมนต์อีกเรื่องน่ะคุ้มหูภูมิปัญญาชาวบ้านของชนเผ่าเนี่ย
Yes, I would like to add a little bit more about our traditional knowledge. Our indigenous people in Laos and like Lao-Su or the Lao indigenous people of the beaten track, they do not have, they have a lot of knowledge on how to use their herbs. They have a lot of knowledge, and they also have their local medicine that are really effective. But this knowledge, we have not recorded it, and we have not done any official research, and we have not documented it. So these people, after they die, there will be nobody who will pass it on, and the information and knowledge will be lost. So if there is a project or any type of research to help conserve this traditional knowledge, it would be wonderful, because these people are getting old and they have so much knowledge on the herbs, on the medicine, and nobody knows about it, and they have not passed on the information because a lot of their kids, their grandkids, they move to the big cities, so their knowledge has died out, and the knowledge died with the old generation. So if there is an initiative or any project that will help with the research and with the documentation and record it, it will be just a wonderful thing, because the new science can refer to the information that they have on how to extract medicine from these herbs. This is a very good knowledge and good information that we can benefit from the indigenous people that we have had for centuries. Thank you.
Yes, I would like to refer to the question. Thank you for that. It's that is obvious, but it's not said very loudly. It's sort of like the elephant in the room. But anyway, there was a question, I think, to one of the panelists. Initiatives such as Pakao Lao, the agrobiodiversity platform in Laos, it's I think a lot of the attendees or the party like to know, this kind of initiative, does it exist in other countries? Probably anyone wants to share. Does it exist in Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines? Did I miss anyone? Thailand, Myanmar? Yes, there is a hand raised. Panelist, who is that? Miss Femi and Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang, you're here. Do you want to say something?
Vâng. Bạn dịch cho mình nhé. Vâng. Thì ở Việt Nam.
Thank you very much. In Vietnam, I come from CSDM, the Center for Sustainable Development of Mountainous areas, and we provided support for more than 40 groups. We manage a group of preserving indigenous knowledge of Vietnam, and now we are providing support for more than 40 groups, the indigenous knowledge group in 30 provinces in Vietnam. And you know what we do is that first we will collect the experience people, usually the village leaders of the ethnic minorities, and we encourage them to collect the indigenous knowledge and to keep it, because if we only base on the external projects, that activity will not be maintained. So I think it must come from their internal strengths. So now we have a network from the north to the south of Vietnam, but mainly focus in the northern mountainous provinces. In the south, we can only reach Bình Thuận province. So you know what do we do? First, we maintain the scripts, the spoken language, the written language of the ethnic minorities, the customs, the traditions, regarding the herbs, and also the dishes, and some traditions like rituals, and also religion, festivals, or dances, and many other traditions, like in forest, and also cover architecture, the medicines or medicinal herbs. But if we only focus on the projects, I mean the external parties, then maybe the indigenous people would not want to reveal, because they think that it is their secrets. So we encourage them to keep it internally within themselves. They don't want to document it and disseminate information, those information to a wider scale. Yeah, they don't want to do it, and we also agree with them. That way we make sure that it is sustainable.
Any questions for Mr.
And in
Wong?
the community, you have a question. So we also work with the local authority to recognize some indigenous, for example, the script and the spoken language, the dialect, the Thai dialect and the Hmong language. And we have advocated for some authorities to use the Hmong language as the language of instruction in schools, in classes, and in some so that in some places, some school, the Hmong children can learn the subjects in two languages, the Vietnamese language and their own language. However, we still face a lot of challenges. So that's some of the information that I would like to share with you regarding the conservation of indigenous knowledge. So let's go back to the question we talked before about the land tenure, right? And the representative from LAFRI, you talk about the land use certificate. In your land use certificate, you write both the name of the husband and the name of the wife. In Vietnam, it is the same. However, the decision on the land use certificate, there is the name of both the husband and wife, the man and the women. But who are the decision maker to sell the land? Normally, it's the man. Usually, it's still the man, the husband. Yeah, that's in the indigenous communities, except for some ethnic minorities in the central highlands of Vietnam. In the south, that is like the matrilineal, not patrilineal, so matrilineal system. So the women will decide on the land. Okay, but most of the time, that's the man. The man still are the one who decide about the land. Okay. And you know what, in regarding the indigenous knowledge, the local authorities, they encourage people to grow the hybrid species, the short-term species with high productivity, high yield. However, that kind of crops, it is monoculture. Right, monoculture, and because of monoculture, it will need to pest, and because of pest, then they have to use pesticide, they have to use chemical fertilizers, and that will have a negative impact on biodiversity. That is the problem. Yeah, so we are still struggling in how to deal with that. And the second problem is that we have a difficulties in explaining to the ethnic minority, because when we follow the agro-ecological culture, then the income of the people may reduce, because you know that we have to maintain different crops in the land, but the local authority, local ethnic community, they need food, right? So only in the area where they have quite a long time, then can we explain to them biodiversity, it is sustainable, and for the short term, you can have you can reduce your, it may reduce your income, but for the long run, the resources will be maintained for your future generation, and then your health will be maintained, and resources will be sustained. So that is in the area where we have a long-term project, but in order to expand our project, we still have some challenges. Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you, Mr. Huang. Any question for Mr. Huang before I take your opportunity? Okay, Mr. Huang, I have a concern. Probably you can clarify that. You said just now that the implementers and all that. So how would you then make it a national treasure if you don't have that kind of willingness to share? How would you actually make it? You're not able to make it a national treasure and not get the adequate recognition of the value of this knowledge at the national level, and therefore the policies to support, to protect this. So I'm thinking along that line. Is it a fair assumption? Do you agree? Do you see any potential to address that?
The secrets of the ethnic minority, only those herb medicinal herbs will be kept confidential, and we encourage them to transfer that to their own generation. so that they can use that one to treat the diseases in a bigger communities. Only that one they want to keep secret, but for other kind of knowledge, they are willing to share, except for the medicinal herbs, the medicinal formulas. Thank you. I hope it makes sense to you.
Yeah. If I may, I'm asking the others for permission. If you don't have any question, perhaps I would ask Mr. Huang also. Then how, if you don't share this knowledge, and if the practitioner of the herbal medicine or the traditional medicine has gone, then how would you ensure that that knowledge is transferred, like recorded and transferred to the next generation, so that everyone can benefit from that kind of treatment if it's effective? Does it make sense, Mr. Huang?
Được, không sao. Có.
Wait for a minute. Thank you again for your interest in this, because we work with the indigenous people, right? So during we work with them, we encourage the physicians. How can I say, the local, the indigenous physicians? They are usually the old people in the village. Only when they are sick, very, very sick, and they know that they are about to die, and then they will transfer the medicinal formula to their generation. But some of them, they don't want to share. And then we come and then we encourage them that they should not keep it secret. They should share before they die, because the Dao people in Yên Bái province, Dao people, they have one custom. You know what? If the people in their community have some diseases, and that disease is cured by that physician, and then the patient whose disease is cured has to learn that medicine, has to learn that medicinal formula. Yeah, that way we help them to keep the medicinal formula. That's one way they do. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Huang. I think what I could understand from this is that when we have initiatives or programs, or to probably scale up awareness or to mainstream agrobiodiversity in indigenous community, regardless of the gender and all that, we also have to acknowledge the customary practices that that probably do not support some form of sharing of the tradition because of cultural conditions or norms. I think we have to acknowledge that also. I think Miss Eleanor, you raised your hands. Do you want to ask, or do you want to make a comment?
Thank you, Ratna. Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment in relation to knowledge, whether or not to share the knowledge. We're coming from the same position, not that everybody can benefit from indigenous knowledge, but considering the rights and the status of rights of indigenous people at the moment, and that's expressed by most indigenous peoples who we are partnering with, there can be I think the history of marginalization of indigenous knowledge has created mistrust in systems, no, by indigenous peoples. We have issues of patenting and stealing resources from, and even knowledge from indigenous peoples without acknowledging them. So we have all these stories about museums getting things. The latest one is, for example, it's not even a patenting issue. It's it's an issue of were they informed of the intent of the study. It's a study on the genetic material among of a certain indigenous community in the Philippines, which was now is being put in question if they did they give consent for such study to be undertaken. No, so those things. Also, we have I believe there's an indigenous ethics in relation to knowledge. We have been implementing community-based information systems. So communities are doing their mapping, documenting the resources around them and the knowledge related to them. But in indigenous ethics, there are knowledge that are not for everyone, and there is knowledge that can be shared to anyone, anybody, or there can be knowledge that can be shared to specific to some specific groups. You know, those things. Those things, I think we while we do need I mean, we thirst for knowledge and would like to know, I think we would have to respect those protocols of indigenous peoples, because they've been keeping this knowledge. When they say it's not for everyone, maybe it's for the better of everyone. Because it may be virus, it may be COVID, you know, those things. So, and it can be used it can be dangerous. That's how I think they learn from experiences. No, a knowledge that can be dangerous or misused would better be kept. So in relation to our community-based mapping, actually there were similar issues with the, as Mr. Wang was saying, there were some part of knowledge kept by the community because they don't want it out for some reasons that that we cannot question, because it's drawn from their experience, and we simply have to respect it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're getting somewhere. Mr. Huang, you had your hand up. Do you want to say something?
Yes, I want to add after I listen to Eleanor, because in Vietnam, why the indigenous people are very cautious, because in the past, many medicinals, herbs or medicinals formula created by the indigenous people, but it has been commercialized. So now some companies, they are using that medicinal formulas for commercial purposes, but they don't acknowledge, the company do not acknowledge the creators of that medicinal formulas. They don't benefit anything from that. For example, for the Zhao people, they have the kind of medicinal herbs that they use in the bath, herbal or medicinal bath. Okay, and now if you go to Vietnam, to the tourism areas, you get the hot spring bath, and you can see that the Zhao, you can see the Zhao leaf. They use the leaf, some medicinal herbs of the Zhao people for the bath in the hot spring, and it's used everywhere in many tourism areas. But the Zhao people don't benefit anything from that. It's not fair for them, right? And the language, okay. You say that sharing, okay, I understand. We need to share that, but there is also the dark side, the downside of that, because many indigenous people, they have traditional dishes, traditional cuisine, okay, and they have a very special flavors. However, these dishes now are being commercialized, in Vietnam, we have a lot of dishes from the dishes of the Hmong people. I don't know if you know Hmong people, and other dishes of the Thai people. But when it is commercialized, the authenticity of those dishes is lost. They modify. Those dishes are modified and they do not belong to any indigenous community. And then as a result, those dishes are disrespected, and then the tourists, they look down those dishes, and then they think, oh, this dish. So it's like the authenticity is lost. Okay, and then they modify the dishes and it becomes a new dishes, but the new dishes horrible dishes. So I hope that it makes sense to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hong. Thank you. Right. I think I myself, I have to speak for myself that that is quite a revelation, Mr. Hong. Yes. Well, it was something that I know, but probably I didn't really respect the right for them to actually preserve the knowledge and not share for cultural and customary reasons. So thank you, Mr. Hong. Very important to safeguard traditional knowledge from Dazzle Labapis. Yes, thank you. So anyone else have any intervention? Because I would like to share some of the key points that we got from this workshop. Did we miss anything? Did you further? Because I would really urge everyone in the panel to probably take the opportunity to raise any concerns that you have, any burning or concerns or questions that you would like to clarify, because please take advantage of the panel, the rich panelists that are already here, present here today, and also to share, exchange experience between you all. Anyone? Miss Femi? Yes, Miss Femi, do you want to say something?
Yeah, just a short intervention about, I haven't heard of the word community protocols, because this is also an area that we have learned about, particularly in relation to how indigenous and local communities would manage their areas and how they would apply also their own indigenous knowledge and traditional wisdom. And having community protocols, for lack of a better word, they would have their own language or terminologies for different rules that would apply in terms of when and what to extract, and when and what to use, and how to use them, how to use these resources. Areas that should not be touched, they would not have to go in certain periods of time, or leave it alone for some time, and then you can go some other time, because there are reasons for doing this. So there are these community protocols and certain rules are also part of that system, and it's very important to understand what they are and what those meanings are. And in terms of the documentation and also pushing for the rights for customary tenure, this would be part of that. And also in terms of external organizations like us, we all have been around and supporting indigenous peoples and local communities for some time. However, we are still external, an external organization. It's important to also understand and respect those rules that go along with the rights that we are also trying to help promote. So we are currently going through an initiative of in the ASEAN. I mentioned about the ASEAN guidelines for sustainable harvest and management protocols of select NTFPs. And the process that we are adopting in engaging with the ASEAN to promote these guidelines are also coming from respected protocols and elevating that so that it also becomes part of the guidelines that would be applied as far as like more general, hopefully more general planning. And yeah, there are ways and some products which might be amenable for indigenous communities to engage with, so that it can be elevated, so that there would be more development and support in developing them for enterprises and livelihoods, but not all. Yeah. Thank you.
Miss Femi, could you probably just type in the chat box, what was the protocol, the inter-ASEAN,
yes,
inter-Asian or inter-ASEAN?
ASEAN.
Oh, okay.
ASEAN. Actually, I can also find the link for the guidelines itself.
Right, thank you.
Yes. Harvest.
Okay.
Management.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, attendees, any interventions? So, okay. So inter-ASEAN guidelines on sustainable harvest and management of select NTFBs, right? Yes. Okay. All right. I would just like, if there's no comments, no questions, I would like to probably summarize some of the key points that we have gathered from this discussion. I hope you agree that it has been a rich discussion. Yes, and it has engaged in some form of exchange of knowledge and information between you all. We hopefully have facilitated that among all those who are present here in the panel in this workshop. Okay, so here it goes. We have, during this discussion, we had the successful practices or best practices that we have received. We have heard from our colleagues or our peers from NAFRI of how by women having the leadership, and that leadership has allowed to have a collective voice in deciding how they can actually improve their livelihood and food security, and in that process also scaling up conservation, incorporating or integrating conservation into that practices, for example through organic agriculture or sustainable agriculture. And the experience also shared by NAFRI is also that they were able to enhance or strengthen resilience to uncertain or uncertain weather patterns or erratic weather patterns. And they also said that this has allowed them to also share knowledge on opportunities or lessons learned in terms of conservation. What is missing, that they also said, is also the knowledge, that lack of knowledge, further enhancing or strengthening, or opportunity to further enhancing or strengthening knowledge and best practices in enhancing or incorporating agrobiodiversity conservation practices into their existing initiative or work. And they also have self-organized, and this has allowed them to have more control of livelihood, and to the level that even that they were able to manage the fund at the village level or at a community level. While our representative from the ASEAN Asian Indigenous Women's Network also echoed that there is still a lot of room for improvement, although there are initiatives, especially the recognition. I think this one came out a lot during the panel session as well, and also during the keynote. Our keynote speakers also pointed out that there's actually limited recognition of what women can bring to, especially in indigenous group and rural women. their contribution lacks recognition, or there's lack of respect to their contribution to this end, and therefore it's often missed during policy development or policy or strategy development. And we also discussed at length about land tenure and ownership. Probably some of us during the discussion wondering how it connects to agrobiodiversity mainstreaming or integration. But I think the subsequent comment also proved that without the security that they would own the land, that there is limited motivation to actually ensure that the land continues to provide the diverse food source, affordable, available, and safe food, nutritious food to the community or to the family. There's also threats from extractive industries. We have to take note, like because there is no fix, there's no predictability in terms of land ownership or customary land ownership. Probably, if I may allow me to use the word, a free rein from large extractive industry with much how do you say, balance of power, right? So they might also disregard or disrespect the ownership, and therefore the people there would lose their rights to that land that they have owned for centuries or for generations. Ms. Eleanor, you raised something about the crop insurance, and that is what Mekong Institute is working with ASEAN. So hopefully in future, we would also talk to you about this. Documentation, yes, it is important, but I think during towards the end of this session, we also heard the intervention from Mr. Huang that not all knowledge shared or can be shared for specific reasons which are known to the indigenous people or the communities. And there is also, although that is the case, where there is opportunity to document the role of women and in conserving the knowledge, local traditional indigenous knowledge, practices and innovations in terms of food, medicine, herbs and all that. So if the opportunities allow, then the documentation should be engaged, should be scaled up or strengthened to ensure that that knowledge is not lost. Because what if you don't document, if there won't be enough attention to especially at the policy level or even at subsequently at the regional level on the need to protect it, to give it due recognition and policy and strategies to protect it. So we again spoke at length on land tenure. So there's also value in to combine collective knowledge. I think I think it was from Miss Femi Pinto, the solidarity, coming together. In this case, Lao PDR, the best practices shared by our friends here from Lao PDR, the collective effort would actually provide a better voice and to represent their interests and to actually get what they expect from the policy to influence the policy at national level. Right. So yes, and we also take note, and hopefully we can advance some of the contents of the hold on. The ASEAN guidelines on sustainable harvest and management of select NTFPs. So we should consult this and see what opportunities lie in informing us or in enhancing our understanding on community protocols or customary protocols. Right. So yes. Did I forget anything? Anyone? So if I can get a some shout out that this has covered the consideration to mainstream agrobiodiversity in gender equality and social inclusion discussion in for this workshop. Probably I will call out Nafri. Did I summarize adequately what we have discussed? Anything I missed? Mr. Huang, do you want to add anything? Did we miss? English?
Oh, thank you very much, Ratna. You have summarized very adequately what I shared before. I just want to add one point. Is that okay?
Yes.
Because when we talk about the documentation of indigenous knowledge, I would like to give you two important notes. The first one, the people who understand the indigenous knowledge, they are usually the old people. Okay, usually they are the old people in the village, in the indigenous knowledge. So we have to support them to document them, because in each village in Vietnam, very few people have the indigenous knowledge. For example, for the rituals or the understand about the species, the plant species, the medicinal herbs, usually the old people, let's say like the village leader or the old people, they know it, but they are very old now. So after they die, I don't know how we can keep those indigenous knowledge. The second point is that when we document the indigenous knowledge, we need to keep restore the indigenous seeds varieties. Now the ethnic minority in Vietnam have lost a lot of indigenous seeds, because for a long time Vietnam government encouraged the people to move from the traditional variety, move from the traditional variety to modern varieties, hybrid varieties, in order to have a higher productivity. So we have to keep it, those varieties, those like a rice varieties. And when we lose one rice varieties, it also means that the understanding about the natures related to that rice varieties is lost. Because if we have understanding about the nature related to that, but we don't have the rice variety like that, it doesn't work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huang. Thank you. Nafri? Any last words?
No, nothing.
Okay, thank you. Miss Len? Mali? Miss Mali? Okay. Miss Mali, do you want to say anything? Okay. So, yes, 4:15, spot on. Right. I would encourage everyone to, thank you again for everyone. And also, yes, I would encourage you to continue to provide us feedback. We will open the chat box and Q&A also for comments. And of course, you also have my email. So that brings us to this session. What will happen is we will compile the comments and we will provide probably a short report tomorrow, so that we can be well informed, or probably you'll have an idea what happened the whole of today, and also to engage in further discussions for subsequent topics tomorrow. on mainstreaming agrobiodiversity in gender equality and social inclusion, and indigenous women as custodians of agrobiodiversity, and women as drivers of sustainable diet. So some very interesting topic, I think you would agree. We have a very fantastic lineup of speakers from SEI, from World Agroforestry, CIFDAC, Southeast Asia Fisheries Development, I think, and also from Thailand Indigenous Women's Network. We have also a speaker from AWINT, Asian Indian Women's Network, and also from Lao Women Union. That would be a very interesting one. Okay, so we will have a short break to move to the next session. Here we have a very young person. We would encourage, this is actually to encourage youth to engage in a lively discussion with the moderator, who is also a young woman from who is part of the Steward of Restoration program under Global Landscape Forum, Ms. Sumarni. So we will come back here at 4:30. Right, 4:30. So we will see most of the young people here. Right. Thank you. 4:30, we'll see you. Grab a cup of coffee and come back. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. This next session is scheduled between 4:30 and 5:30. Basically to encourage young people to engage in this discussion on mainstreaming agrobiodiversity for gender equality and social inclusion. We have here, we are really honored to have here a young representative, Miss Sumarni Laman. She's from Indonesia. Selamat tengah hari, selamat petang. So she is the 2021 restoration steward. That program actually, Japanese project is the Heartland project, right? So the project actually focuses on different areas that are closely related to the indigenous Dayak living system. Correct, Sumarni? Yes. So the Tumbang Nusa village, and located in Pulang Pisau, and a regency, which is a hotspot which has been a hotspot for 23 years. And the other one is Talekoi village in South Barito, which still has a lush forest, but under threat from forest fires. So please welcome Sumarni Laman. I hand over to you the Zoom platform. And yes, you have the free reign. Welcome.
Is my voice audible?
Yes, but probably you need to speak a bit louder, Sumarni.
Yeah,
and also a bit slow, because our interpreter, they need to understand the words before they translate, right? So
yeah,
have to slow down. Okay. Yes. Please
it
go
is,
on.
Yeah, it is raining in my hometown, and I'm sorry for the noise. My name is Sumarni. Thank you for the introductions. I'm also part of indigenous community from Dayak Ngaju in Kalimantan, and I'm very happy to be part of this amazing event where I can lead the discussions with all the young people here and to get your insight about how to mainstreaming the agrobiodiversity. But I wanted to this fireside discussions to be more active. So before we begin, I would like to ask you to go to a website where I can get your insight about several questionnaire that I put there. Please go to menti.com. After you go to...
So everyone, please go to that website.
Please allow me to share screen, become the co-host maybe.
Yeah, you are in panelists. You can share screen, Sumarni.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. Oh yes. You can actually share screen.
Okay.
Nonton.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's the first question is, I wanted to give your insight. Okay. So 6 people, 7 people. It keep increase. Because our topic for the session is about traditional medicine. So I would like to know, do you want to learn more about that? So there is no one answering no here. That's good. Actually, this is the first. And for this question is, how often do you use traditional medicines?
Oh. Next question.
So it's keep increase, yeah. So many people only use it when they get certain diseases, and only 1% ever use that. Maybe I always use because we are in this modern world, yeah. So I always go to the hospital when get sick. Okay, for the next survey, please go also to the Mentimeter, but with different code. Because for the next survey, please put the code 9303774. You know any native herbal medicines in your community? So actually this image, it is bawang dayak. It is one of native herbal from our community in Dayak. This is another survey. Please enter the code turmeric. Turmeric is one of very common natural medicine. Ayahuasca is a new word for me. Ginger and lemongrass also very common in our community, in my community. Oregano. Okay, it's keep growing. Yeah. Lime. Oh, lime is very good for when you get a cold. Moringa. One thing that's very interesting about Moringa, in one indigenous community in another province, they cannot use Moringa. They cannot eat at all. But in another community, it's very Moringa is very rich with so they can use it for not only for herb but also for food. Ginjania latifolia. What is an interesting one? Okay, thank you for joining the survey. And another last question is, what is your concern regarding traditional or natural medicine?
Mối quan tâm của bạn. Thì
Well, many of you mentioned about you afraid that the traditional knowledge regarding the medicine is being lost, and some of you say that it's hard to find nowadays. And about the content also, or the or the safety of the medicine. Well, thank you everyone for joining this short survey, and it is very insightful for us to run this discussion in the next 45 minutes.
Sumarni?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Probably you need to speak closer to the mouthpiece.
How about this? Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you everyone for joining the short survey. And in the last question is about your concern regarding the traditional and natural medicines. A lot of you mentioned that you're afraid that this knowledge will be lost. Or some of you mentioned about the safety or authentic of the medicines. But when we talk in the previous discussions, the panelists already mentioned a lot of things about traditional medicines or natural medicines. And one of the highlight is the transfer or intergenerational transfer of knowledge. And that's also one thing that I would like to get your insight or your opinions about why the transfer of knowledge in many indigenous community or in the many community in the world is very difficult to get. And if you wanted to share your opinion, you can raise your hand or type in the chat. Please, who wanted to start? Please just open your mic and speak. Oh yeah, the question is about the intergenerations transfer of knowledge. Why it is why many young people do not get the knowledge about the traditional medicines, or why several people do not interest in to learn about the natural or traditional medicines. Ponephilia, please. Sorry if my pronunciation, if I pronounce your names incorrectly. Please go ahead. You raise your hand.
Yeah. I think one of the, I don't know, at least in my community, one of the biggest concerns is the not just the young generation, but some generation feel shame of the traditional knowledge. So when they are between the, this happen with language, like traditional language, but also so many of the culture is moved to traditional, or through orality. So when they want to different things for their life, they move to cities, and they are discriminated because they don't speak the local language in my region, so they start to reject the local language. So that is that hampers how this move, like the knowledge move through generation, because they start to reject their own language. And no, I think part of in the school they don't teach anymore the language. That also makes it hard just to pass from the elders to the young generation. I think that happens in my community a lot. And also the disbelief of Western medicine is better than local is also a big problem, because it's high advertised, and especially with all these things about COVID, they think that it's misinformation just to talk about traditional medicine to cure things that we are curing through generations. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You highlight very important matter here. It's about the discrimination, because many indigenous young people, when they study or go to another city, they face discriminations, and also the language more and more young people do not speak the indigenous language. And here in this, thank you so much. And here in the survey, some of you also mentioned about the wrong use of the medicines, and I would like to know who write the statement about wrong use. Would you like to share about why do you think it become the threat to the traditional natural medicine, and why it happened, the wrong use of the traditional medicine? Please go ahead. I'm sorry, is my voice audible, Lasa?
Yeah, Sumarni, you have to use the mic close, the mouthpiece closer to your mouth. And there is a comment, also the chat box.
Yeah, from Gema is thank you, Gema, for your sharings. Many of us now they are relying on modern medicines as they are more convinced about the safety and effectivity. Traditional medicine by and by are regarded as unscientific. Yeah, it's very. You also highlight one of the important matters about the safety of the traditionals or of the traditional medicine. Would you like to share more about that? Please go ahead. Okay. Yeah. Before, Paul mentions about highlight two important methods about discrimination and also the language. Language is very important to understand the knowledge, but if the young people do not understand the language or more and more do not speak the language, not only it will dangerous to the language, but also the another knowledge, especially the natural medicines. And here in the survey, some of you also mentioned about the wrong use of the traditional medicine. Do you wanted to share why it can become a wrong use?
Sumani, can you repeat the question?
Oh, is my voice audible now?
Yes.
Okay, so my question is about why do you think the traditional medicines can be wrongly used by other people?
Okay, there's something in the chat box.
Okay, from Claudia Dayo. Do you want me to share this, or do you want to share it by yourself, please?
Hi. Sorry. This is this is related to the first and second question as well. I think that having the traditional knowledge or getting it, I think that it has something to do with the source of information and where young people nowadays are actually getting the information from. If the medium they use to get the information from does not present any information on traditional knowledge, I don't think they will be curious to know about this. So mainstreaming traditional knowledge to media, where the young generation use is actually important in promoting to the traditional knowledge. Like young people nowadays are into social media, but how frequently they can actually see traditional information being talked about there. It's limited, right? It's the same point in why younger generations are more into modern medicine. It is because that is what they usually see now. More promotions are being made for modern medicine than the traditional medicine.
Thank you for the input. Yeah, it's also similar with what Miley say, concerns about the documentations of the natural medicines, because it's she say here in the chat box, because the natural medicines or dissemination in public is very hard to get. Do you want to, Miley? Do you want to come forward and share your opinions about this, please?
Thank you, Sumani.
Mali, do you want to share your opinion?
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, for
You're
my
muted,
opinion.
so you can unmute yourself.
I already unmuted. Can you hear me?
Maybe she's very shy.
Mali already unmute herself. I can hear her voice.
Mali, can you unmute yourself?
Okay.
Yeah,
so
please.
shall I continue?
Yes, please, Mali.
May I introduce yourself first? I am Mali from Gender Development Association. I was invited from AIPP, and now I am in Laos, and in Laos, as far as I know from working experience in rural areas in Laos with indigenous women, they there are a lot of knowledge of traditional medicine to heal many disease, but because as people before me said before that we cannot be so sure that it is safe enough to take it. They can use it like overdose or in wrong way because we have never seen any documentation of these natural resources that already already passed the experiment that it is safe to use it, and there is no any recommendation of how we have how we should use this medicine. So that's why that young generation these days they don't trust this traditional medicine, and but this we have traditional medicine knowledge with ethnic women in Laos. Yeah, so that's all for me to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mali, for sharing. You also mentioned about one of important factors about the scientific support of the traditional medicines. That also one of the concerns of the millennia generations nowadays. And in the chat, also Miss Lan also share her opinions. That is, it is in Thai. I'm supposed. Do you want to come forward and share your opinion, please?
So Marnie, yeah, I quickly translated what she printed, what she typed, and yeah, that's what she says. In the old days, the old people used to use traditional medicine, but now they use medicine because they think it is very easy. So, but people did not share the medicine to the next generation. So we need to let younger generation know and understand the benefits. I think that's the intergenerational transfer.
Intergenerational transfer is thank you, Miss. Thank you for translating, and thank you, Miss Lan, for sharing your opinions. In our discussion, we all mentioned about how why the intergenerational first very is one of the issue, and then now let's move forward how we young people, because we are the very important pillar to protect and preserve this traditional or indigenous knowledge, how we can move forward and to protect. My question is, what is our role and what can we do to protect our traditional knowledge? If you have any opinions about it, please share.
There is someone here, he said, do you think the perception of time have some influence on what is trusted on traditional medicine? Ponvilai, do you want to explain, clarify?
Yes, I don't know what the hell the name, but I don't know my name. But Emiliana, currently I'm Laos, volunteering. But I just found that the perception of time that traditional medicine is different from Western medicine. So traditional medicine needs time, and for cure some disease, the time could be 1 month, 1 year, taking every day some traditional herbs. But Western medicine is faster. But sometimes they bring second effects that are not also known. So I don't know if my question is that, like, if it does some influence that the fact that it's faster, that it's some, and it's because it's white and Western is better, or is it because there's more research or investigation about Western rather than traditional medicine? Because there is not much money in investigation for traditional medicine. So it's just my question. So it's time or it's both, or it's just a mix of different things?
Is any one of you here wanted to share your answer to Phonephilia questions, please? I need to raise your hands. Do you want to share something?
There is one hand raised.
Yeah, it's me, Annie. My name is Annie Mitin. Sorry, this is very interesting topic for me. I just would like to get some feedback from this younger generation. Okay, in Malaysia, we have the University of Cyberjaya, which is offering, there's a faculty on traditional and complementary medicine. Yeah, so putting this into the education system, yeah, will this encourage youngsters to go into professionalism with traditional and complementary medicine? And also because in our Ministry of Health, we have a unit, yeah, on traditional and complementary medicine. So should this kind of education or knowledge be formalized? What do you think? Would this attract youngsters to go into this kind of area? Thank you.
Thank you, Annie, for sharing, for asking the questions too. It's very crucial questions about how is about the education, integrating this this knowledge to the education. What do you think, everyone's? What is your opinions about this? Anyone want to share?
I just want to add a bit like this university. So what they have done is they really have enrollment of students, right? Taking a degree. This is a bachelor degree program. And what they do is they will also visit all the herbal garden, apart from, of course, looking at it from medicine, as a medicine. Yeah. So this is from the scientific way. So I don't know whether other countries have this university in this way in ASEAN, because I only know in Malaysia. So yeah.
Hi, this is just an opinion. So for that, it would be interesting to put that in the curriculum. Yes, that is right. But my question would be, how are you going to deliver? How are you going to deliver that to this younger student? It's like offering agriculture related courses to the young generations now. I think that all of you would agree with me that offering agriculture now and state universities are quite, the enrollment is quite low, right? So it would probably be the same if you will be offering the course to the younger generation now. You have to get their interest on how they're actually going to enroll to your program. So I think that the question would be, how are you going to deliver it so that you can encourage young generations to get the course?
Thank you. We also have a very special friend here from Nepal. Pardon me about my pronunciation. Sanjay, do you want to please come forward and share your opinions about this?
Hello, namaste. I'm Sanjeevni Yonjan Shrestha. Can you hear me? And I work with an organization called Wildlife Conservation Nepal as a director, and most of our work is focused on environmental education. We work with the government as well. In Nepal, we've just in 2018, we introduced a program, nationwide program called the Green School Program, which allows or enables the children to actually transform their schools into a green school, meaning like there are several components, and one of the components is about learning about plants, promoting greenery, making green fences. It's all about plants, and most of the activities there will allow children to actually explore their local the local wildlife, especially regarding plants. And in terms of integrating it into the system of curriculum, WC and my organization has been working with the Curriculum Development Center for the past 10 years to actually develop a system called local curriculum. It's so fascinating that in Nepal that we have one subject that each municipality can build it the way they like. And this is so amazing because like we were able to facilitate working with groups of schools in mountain areas and in flat plains to develop a unique local curriculum, particularly designated for those areas, to talk about their local heritage, about indigenous ways of preserving plants, indigenous methods of preserving them, utilizing them, and so on and so forth. The whole purpose of local curriculum is to actually decide what you want to learn in terms of not only culture, heritage, economy, but also nature, natural resources, green economies that have been there in that area for sometimes even centuries. So this both the two threads that we have worked with the government of Nepal, local curriculum and the Green School, has set the precedence that each and every school of Nepal can actually explore what we are just talking about throughout the day here. And I'm very excited to share with you all. You can also check some of this in my website in wcn.org.np. Thank you.
Thank you. Is any one of you also, like Sanjay, have a unique curriculum in your country that you wanted to share also? That how the education, how using the curriculum integrating this modern and also traditional knowledge. Is there any one of you from India or here or Vietnam or Thailand? Do you want to share, please? We have Eliana that raised her hands. Please go forward.
I don't want to monopolize the word. If you someone that wants to speak first.
Eliana, we cannot hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
You're very soft. I mean, your voice is very soft.
I'm sorry. Yeah, my voice is really soft.
Hello?
Can you hear me now?
You're breaking up. Can you repeat what you said, Eliana?
Someone just changed my status of I don't know in so I feel like an infiltrate because I'm Lali Laos, but I'm from Colombia, from South America. I'm part of my indigenous minority there. They're called Nasa Yuwe. And the way that we have this motto that is think global as local. So basically, we have our own school that we bring knowledge from outside and we mix the knowledge. So as a complementary. So our village have their own school that have the traditional language, and they teach traditional knowledge, ancestral knowledge. That is so important. And after in the university, we just trying to validate all this knowledge as an academic field, like math and all these traditional medicine. So that's how we work with basically with adults and especially in the south. But my question, it's really interesting, but we are still having the same problem that the new generations don't want to learn it. So my question for you, Sumani, what brings you to advocate for this? So what makes you work with this? You know, like what was your motivation? What things you learned that motivate to advocate for this project? This is super important because in the project for youth, there is no youth making the project. It's only adults making projects for youth. So for me, it's so impressive that you are like advocate for this. So I just want to know all your process and yeah, more about you. What brings you this? Like I want to know you more, your experience, your motivation.
Thank you. It is the question for me?
Yes.
The motivations. Okay. Maybe I will share a little bit about my motivation, and then I would like to encourage all of you 19 participants that's join this forum to also share what your motivations to learn or to protect and to advocate the indigenous knowledge. I'm part of indigenous knowledge, and I realize and also go to the city for more than 20 years, living in the city far away from my indigenous community to learn the modern word, the scientific word. But somehow I realized that the indigenous knowledge also have very deep connections and provide many answers to many unsolved questions in the world, especially about sustainability and way to connect to nature. So that's why I'm here together with you guys to also to share about young people opinions about sustainability, agrodiversity, and indigenous knowledge. How about others? What is your motivations? And before you answer the question, I'm waiting for others to speak up. And also one thing that we need to highlight as young people, this is a very great opportunity for us guys to just speak up, because I joined many of international forums, but usually the voice of young people, they do not give us big space for the young people to speak up. And this is a really great forum for all of us here, safe place to share our opinions about and to just speak up about what we concerns about the agrodiversity, medicines, or anything, please. And waiting for you to brave enough to share. Here's Miss Lynn, give us her answer to the previous questions about the time using medicine. She said that it is not because of the time, but because of the indifference of individual today, combined with neglect of traditional medicines, and that also in line with other people that have shared about their concerns about the safety or the scientific of the traditional medicines. And in this survey also mentions that only 1% never use the traditional medicine, and I would like to know why you don't want to use the traditional medicine. Who has shared the opinion? Would you like to share?
Give everyone 1 minute to think.
Yeah, 1 minute to
Motivation.
think. What is your motivations, everyone's? Yeah, I know. I realized that I face this kind of condition a lot when suddenly everyone just silent. Yeah, please don't be shy. And there is someone here who shared a direct message to me. She said that my motivation is simply responding to my consistence. I feel it is human to do what I do. Wow, that's great. Doing what you have to do as a human. We have a Dao, Pong, Siriporn, Pana, Trang, Wo, May. This is my very last questions for everyone before I close it. As the young people, we are the pillars to protect what we have in our community. It includes the knowledge, it includes the biodiversity of the area. And this is a very personal questions to all of you guys. What do you think that we can do to leverage our role to have a bigger role in this effort in protecting the biodiversities, encourage the sustainability, and protect the agrobiodiversity? Please raise your hand if you wanted to answer, or you can type in the chat. Maybe I can repeat my questions again. What can we do to leverage our role in protecting the biodiversity, the agrobiodiversity, and preserve our traditional knowledge, our role, and how to leverage it? Maybe one sentence is from each of you. Okay, this is from the chat box. This is a very great answer. find a purpose bigger than myself and do my best and leave everything to the rest, like your children or future generations. Thank you so much for the answers, and that's also wrap up the discussions. It's already 45 minutes, and I would like to wrap up what we have shared. Many of you concerns, many of the young people here concerns that the traditional and natural medicines will be lost because of lack of documentations and intergeneration transfers. Some of you also highlight the importance of integrating the knowledge into curriculums and to promote the local knowledge and indigenous unique practices. Please also share, please also give put at comment if there is something missing in my wrap up conclusion. And in the beginnings, many of you, some of you also highlight the concerns about discriminations to the indigenous young people that move to the city because they are the minority and do not speak the local language, and it also caused them to lose connections to the elders. And once final word from me as the moderator, thank you for joining this special fireside sessions and shares many of your input. I'm sorry for a lot of trouble. and I hope all of you, the young people here, you can be more brave enough to speak up and also advocate all the issue regarding mainstreaming the agrobiodiversity and promote sustainability. Thank you so much. I give back the floor, please.
There is a comment from Mali, the Gender Development Association in Laos. Hold on. Is planning to promote knowledge on climate change, agriculture, food security to ethnic women in rural area and empower them to manage their own natural resources. Wonderful. Yes. May I ask, Mali, are you part of the Indigenous Women's Network in Asia?
Yes. We have a connection with AIPP.
Oh, okay. AIPP. All right. Okay, great. So AIPP has a youth network, right?
Yes, and we also got their fund last year.
Oh, good. Perfect.
Yes, yes, we will join the youth network.
Good, great. Okay. We would like, what am I doing? We would like to give a big thanks to Sumarni Laman for her for moderating the session. Thank you so much. We hope we hope that this kind of sessions would be included to allow some form of a relaxed environment so that youths can engage and be able to freely voice their concerns with regards to their future with regards to environmental sustainability, and in this context agrobiodiversity and gender inclusion and gender and social inclusion. So I think we discussed, probably we got some inputs. First, the concerns, right? The intergenerational knowledge transfer. why is it not happening? And because I'm not sure whether it's founded or unfounded that the fear of discrimination and therefore being not able to express their identity when they move to the urban environment in search of formal education and also employment. And with regards to concerns with traditional and indigenous medicine, I think in general, there was a concern about a wrong use. There is no attestation to its efficacy and its safety of use, and it also doesn't. Because of that, probably it also contributes to the fact that it doesn't warrant the attention that it's supposed to get in terms of further going forward, contributing to the conservation of agrobiodiversity in our community. Therefore, I think the discussion probably also pointed out that there needs to be some form of education. What channel? The jury is still out there. But a good question came out from Eliana I think. And also the question that she asked all of us is also what motivates us to do what we do, right? We are all here with the same intention to ensure environmental sustainability through agrobiodiversity mainstreaming for us inclusive, sustainable, and resilient food system. So what motivates us to be here? So that we have to ask that core question in order to find what makes our general youth tick in the right direction towards advancing local and traditional knowledge in terms of medicine, food, cultural practices, and all. So I think the sharing from the Green School program, we will definitely have more in-depth look on this program, into this program. Thank you for sharing, Sanjivani. And okay, let me see. Yes. If I have missed anything, we will bring this point as a special consideration in our white paper. So we hope that we can carry this forward and other youth network can pick this up and also integrate into their program. So Sumarni, did I do justice for the session? Everyone else who are with us until late evening. So did I do justice? I hope so. Great, you can reach me at Sanjivani. Okay, I would do that. Anyone else? Okay, so seeing no response, we would probably close the session with the wrap up. We would actually, I think we have probably summarized twice what we have discussed in the panel session also, because we spoke that we did that at the workshop and also the subsequent session here with the fireside talk. With that, I would like to, anyone else in our team here and attendance here, any comment? No. We would also like to apologize for the technical glitches that happened. Yeah, so sometimes, yeah, technology, you can't live without them, you can't live with them sometimes. So thank you so much to everyone. Thank you for all the panelists who was bearing with us, who was with us, not bearing. And thank you for your contribution. We would start tomorrow at 9 o'clock with a summary to to those who will join us. I mean, for the first time tomorrow. Some only chose day 2, so we will do a wrap up and probably also provide further input to the subsequent panel session, which would be moderated by Dr. Annie Mitten. She's here, so she will moderate the session. And we would at 3 o'clock probably will have some form of a draft of the white paper, or at least the inputs that will go into the white paper to get your agreement going forward after this forum. So thank you, everyone. Have a pleasant evening. We will see you tomorrow. Enjoy yourself and stay safe. Thank you.